Good morning, everyone. My name is Sonia Key, and a little bit of my background is I have been doing training and technical assistance for contractors since 2008 for the NAHASDA program and the IHBG program. Prior to that, I worked for the Department of Housing and Urban Development in the Southern Plains office and their Office of Native American Programs as the Grants Management Director. So I go back in Indian housing to when we had the 37 Housing Act and the transition from that over to NAHASDA and all of the issues and problems that we had and resolutions for it, and then changes in the statute so that we could make it an easier process for everyone to be able to deliver the products to your tribal members through the NAHASDA program and the Indian Housing Block Grant that is provided under the NAHASDA statute. So my background is pretty strong in the program, and David has one that probably is even stronger than mine. So I'm going to turn it over to David Vaught and let him tell you about his background, and then he'll start in with the first segment of our training. I would also like to say at any point that you have a question as we're going through the material, if you would either raise your hand, speak up, or put it in the chat. Lourdes will be watching the chat so that she can stop us, because we want to be able to answer your question while you have it with the material that's there on the screen to make sure that you understand everything. It's really hard on a virtual class to know whether or not you guys are understanding, what we're presenting. So we need your help on this for you to let us know, hey, explain that further, or I have a question. So if you would do that, we would appreciate that. It's all yours, David.
Okay, thank you, Sonia. Well, yes, I want to welcome you to our session on the NAHASDA Intermediate. And this is the second in a series of kind of survey courses on NAHASDA. The first is called NAHASDA Essentials. And there's no requirement to have any training before you participate in the NAHASDA Intermediate, although the NAHASDA Essential class covers some of the more basic information as well as other information that we won't be covering today. But the two courses are really very informative of getting an overview of the entire program. So I've been working with the program since 1982, so I have more than 40 years of experience with the program. And during that time, I was an executive director of a Indian Housing Authority. I worked for HUD for a long period of time, and then I started doing consulting work and have enjoyed the opportunity to work with tribes all over the country. And oh gosh, Sonia and I have done quite a few trainings together, including the NAHASDA Intermediate class. It's as Sonia was saying, it's a lot more interactive to do it in person, and I want to encourage you to participate. It's much more interesting and I think insightful when we get into discussions. So now we'd like to hear from you. If you could tell us who you are, who you work for, your time with the program with the NAHASDA, your role at the organization, and areas of particular interest to you in the program. So please go ahead and turn on your mic and introduce yourself. And let me take this opportunity to say is, please ask questions as we go along. And one of the things, like anything, we're used to using acronyms. And so if you don't understand an acronym that we happen to use, please let us know so we can explain it. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to understand.
Well,
and so you can, you can send a chat, or you can turn on your microphone and just speak up.
So I'd say one of the things that we have provided in your materials is a list of most of the acronyms in this program, which is real helpful for you to have as a desk reference guide. If you haven't seen that, that's part of your materials that have been provided. And like David said, if you don't want to speak up on your mic, put your information in the chat and we'll pull it up that way, and we'll tell who you are and where you're from and how long you've been there. Thank you all for letting us know who you are and how long you've been with your tribes and in the program. That's helpful for us as we go through it.
Yeah, it sure is. Okay, yeah, great group. I'm excited. It's going to be a good session. So let's go on and talk a little bit about what we're going to cover. Well, one of the things we really focus on in this session is being able to research information about the program. And this is a very challenging program. It's very complex. And it's impossible to remember everything. So you need to know where to find information. One of the reasons why this program is so difficult is because it's structured to provide recipients with maximum flexibility. It's a self-determination program. So that means it's a government-to-government program. What the federal government is trying to do is to say, you must meet these requirements, but how you meet them is up to you. It's your responsibility to figure out how to make this work for you in terms of meeting the needs of your community as well as complying with the federal requirements. So until you fully understand the requirements, you cannot fully understand the extent of your flexibility and how you're going to operate. Once you make the decision about how you're going to operate, that decision is expressed in terms of policies and procedures. You're required to have policies and procedures that explain how you operate. And of course, many staff people are not necessarily going to be going in and doing research to the source documents. They're going to be relying on your policies and procedures. And so we're going to be talking a lot about policies and procedures throughout this training session. And then we already mentioned that one area of focus for this training, as it is for the essentials, occupancy, because that is so important. It's critical that it's done properly, because really that's how you're spending your money, through serving families. And if you're spending money on serving families that are not qualified, that is not an eligible expenditure. So that's a problem. So we've got to make sure we got that right. And in this session, we are going to be talking about development process. This is not something we get into with the essentials class. So that's one distinction between the essentials class and the intermediate class that we're having today. And then we have a whole number of exercises to help you apply the information that we are presenting to you. All right, moving on then. The course structure. I'd like to take a look at the agenda. As I mentioned, we'll be having exercises throughout. We'll be also taking periodic breaks, and it's quite a different experience doing training on the internet, and so we try to take frequent short breaks, to be able to get up and walk around and get a cup of coffee or whatever. And of course, we have the PowerPoint that we're looking at now, but we also have a vast digital library. And you should have access to this through the links you got through your registration. I would like to take a moment to take a look at that digital library, just so you can see what all is available to you. Before I do that, let's talk briefly about the agenda. So we're going to today we're going to do a. By the way, we're starting every day at the same time, same place. Use the same link to get into the training. And today we're going to do an overview of NAHASDA and talk about management capacity, and then start working on occupancy. And we probably are not going to get finished with that today. That's probably going to carry over to tomorrow. And then we'll move on to eligible activities, eligible uses of your NAHASDA funds, and also policy requirements. On day 3, we're going to get into organizing your departments. And again, that has a focus on occupancy. And then environmental review, the development process, and also the operating budget. And then on day 4, procurement, implementation of your programs, and useful life, also known as period of affordability, critical part of eligible uses of funds, monitoring, and then we're going to wrap up with a session on leveraging. So wow, that's a lot of information to go over. So what I'd like to do right now is to switch over to the digital library. Let me see if I could do that here. So give me a moment to make that change. Okay, so let me go first to the resource list. Let's see, that did not go to the right place here. I'm not sure what happened there. Are you seeing the resource list, Sonia?
Sonia, you're muted. If you could unmute yourself, Sonia.
No, I'm not seeing it, David. It popped up briefly. There it is.
Okay, great. All right. So here we have, this is really going to be a handy tool for you. We have, here is a list of documents with links directly to these documents. So this is going to be a great tool for you for your research. First of all, we'll start at the top. The first one is NAHASDA. This is the law which created NAHASDA, Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act. The second is a link to program guidances. These are technical assistance, best practices from ONAP, and they, in my opinion, they are very valuable because as a grantee, it gives you very specific recommendations on how to meet program requirements on a whole array of topics. And then we have a link to PIH notices. This particular link takes you to the PIH notices that are applicable to Indian housing only, which is what, of course, you're interested in this program.
One thing I might say, if you just went to regular public and Indian housing notices, you would get hundreds and hundreds more because you would get all of public housings as well that aren't applicable to our program.
Yes, that's right. And then the next one is Code of Federal Regulations, which the acronym is CFR. And here's a link to eCFRs, electronic CFRs. So you could go to this link and access any CFR just by doing a search or inserting the title of the CFR, if you know what that is. All right.
Just for reference, all of HUD's CFRs start with the number 24, but you have some that are still applicable to this program that aren't actually HUD CFRs, like your administrative requirements that are under 2 CFR Part 200. That's applicable to this program as well, even though it doesn't start with the 24.
Absolutely. We'll be talking about that in detail. Yes, thank you. Okay. So actually, this NAHASDA link at the very top here, this is a link to NAHASDA Resources. The link to the NAHASDA law itself is down here. And then here's a link to the NAHASDA regulations, the NAHASDA CFR. Now, when you see 24, that's HUD's called a title. 24, whenever you see 24, that means HUD. So it's a HUD CFR. The HUD CFR for NAHASDA is Part 1000. So here's a direct link to that. Here's a direct link to the Uniform Guidance, which is 2 CFR Part 200. And then we have a link for environmental reviews that are done by tribes. And then we have a link to various program notices and PIH notices that we'll be covering. In addition to the environmental, we'll be talking about TDC, total development costs, administration and planning costs, the guidelines for assisting non-low-income families, the PIH notice for administrative capacity, the program guidance for useful life, the current income limits, the changes for procurement having to do with micro purchase and de minimis procurement. Insurance requirements, the guidance for federal supply sources, the guidance on Indian preference requirements, calculating annual income for eligibility, monitoring plans, affordable housing activities and administrative expenses, conflict of interest in housing admissions, the guidance on required policies, and categorizing activities as maintenance or as rehab. So that gives you some indication about what we're going to be covering today. So basically, all I want you to know is that this tool is in your resource material that you receive upon registering.
And this is the first time that they have been provided on a resource list with live links. All you have to do is click that link and it'll take you there. So keep this resource list someplace very handy for yourself, because each one of these are a live link that will take you directly to that particular area.
Yes, right. And then let's see, let me show you another resource document we have for you. So I'm going to stop to share and switch over to that. Okay, do you see the training attachments there?
Yes, it's there, David.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so this is attachments. This is all merged into one document. So this is a index of what is in this document. You can see it's almost 300 pages. So we have the CFR titles. We'll be taking a look at that in a moment, so I'll just go down to this. So you can see we talked about 2 CFR 200. So Title 2 is about grants and agreements for the federal government. We talked about Title 24, Housing and Urban Development. But you can see there's many other titles of various CFRs. And then we have regulations by subject. So this is just a way of to help you identify the regulation for a particular subject, so you can look at the subject and go directly to that reference.
That's something I developed when I worked for HUD, because since our regulations are written in questions, there's not any way, there's not an index and there's not a way of finding stuff without a cross-reference like that. And so I cross-referenced it to make it easier to find.
Yeah, very helpful, Sonia. Thank you. And then we have a tool to help understand the what's applicable and what's not applicable under 2 CFR 200. And we'll be explaining all of this more. So right now, just letting you know what these things are that are attached as resources from your registration. And we have a management capacity health check, sample tenant file organization for, again, the occupancy portion of the training. We have the statutory checklist for environmental review, the levels of environmental review. That's a fantastic tool for environmental review. And then the ERR guides, a list of operating expenditures, expense list, some suggestions for maintaining your procurement contract file, a sample RFP for engineering, sample procurement policy, and then a index for uniform guidance 2 CFR 200. So all of this, again, is in one document. It's just a matter of paging through and finding out what it is exactly that you're looking for. And then, for example, here's the summary, the levels of environmental review. This is something you want to print out. And if you're working with ERs, this is something you want to print out and have. It's so handy. I think I use this more than anything else when dealing with environmental reviews. And so you don't have to print out all 300 pages. You can just identify this particular page and print it out. And if you want a hard copy of it, there it is. Anything else you wanted to comment about the resources, Sonia?
No, it's just that, like I said, take advantage of those live links on that resource guide list, because those have not been provided before. And it's very helpful when you're trying to find something. And that's not nearly all of the guidances and notices. Those are just the ones you will use the most in this program. But there are multitudes of others in addition to that you might use on a, but those are ones that we know that you'll need to use over and over again, like the 2010-03, which is all of the eligible activities, or 2013-5, which is how you qualify somebody in the program for occupancy. So there's certain ones that you will use more than others, and those are the ones we've tried to provide in these links so that you've got real easy access to them.
Okay, so Jennifer, you're having looks like you're having trouble finding these resource materials.
And David, I just sent, this is Lourdes, I just sent Jennifer a link just to let a reply, just to let her know that the materials were all sent out on Friday. If anyone did not receive it through their emails, please let me know and I'll go ahead and resend it.
Oh, thank you very much. You're right on top of everything as usual. Appreciate it.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Okay, so let me stop the share and go back to the PowerPoint.
Yeah, and I'll have to ask you for access again. Anytime you go out of it, it kills my access.
Okay.
As just an FYI. Thank you.
Okay, there's your access. All right, so that's what we have for you in the training. Of course, I didn't look at all the attachments, but the main ones, and there's a copy of the PowerPoint in those links, the agenda, and I think those are the main things that are there. So yes, I'm glad you spoke up about having trouble accessing it, and please, I encourage you to continue the dialogue with us as we go along, because we want to make sure you're with us. If you have questions, there's no silly questions. We don't expect anybody to have any background in attending this class. So if you have a question, please bring it up. And I know we have some brand new people here, so we expect to hear from you. Questions are a good thing.
Okay. Sometimes the brand new ones don't know the questions to ask, David. So we're going to count on those that have been in the program a while to ask a lot of questions.
Good point, Sonia. Okay, so yeah, we're encouraging questions, comments, discussion, sharing, networking, and we do practice training amnesty. We're all here to learn. You're not here to prove anything. So don't hold back on your questions or comments or sharing information, sharing stories. Maybe you can save someone from reinventing the ball, because we're all in this together. We've all been through this learning process. All right, well, let's move on to the NAHASDA overview. Okay, under NAHASDA, the Native American Housing Assistance Self-Determination Act, it was created in 1996. The first grant was made in 1998. It replaced a program called the Housing Act of 1937 and started a brand new program, although there were many units that were developed by Indian housing authorities under the Housing Act of 1937 that are still there and are still being operated, and you're receiving funding for that purposes as a part of your formula calculation, and that formula calculation determines how the federal funds for this program are divided between all the tribes. So each year you get another funding allocation to your ongoing Indian Housing Block Grant funding. And that is the form of funding, that's the name of the funding provided through NAHASDA, Indian Housing Block Grant, IHBG. Now, the grant is essentially a contract. The federal government is sharing public funds with you, and that contract stipulates that you will use these funds in accordance with the program requirements. And so we're going to talk about what those program requirements are.
One of the really good changes to the program is that you used to have to track all these dollars by the year of the grant that you received them in and be able to report on them that way. And that has been changed now to where your line of credit control system, which is where you get your money, that's first in and first out, so that you don't have to track that anymore. That's one of the best changes that they have made to the program.
Yes, and one of the objectives of Congress in creating this program, NAHASDA, was to help you leverage funds. And so that leveraging funds can mean a couple of different things. One thing that it can mean is that it's mixing funds, mixing NAHASDA funds with other sources of funds. So we want you to understand that when you mix NAHASDA funds with other funds, those dollars do not lose their identity. The compliance requirements for each source of funds continues. And so when you're using NAHASDA funds, you have to comply with all the rules, even though you're using them in combination, or maybe using them in combination with other sources of funds. Well, usually the other sources of funds also have their own requirements. And so when you're mixing funds, you are dramatically complex program, because you have to ensure compliance in each of those funds with the requirements of each source of those funds. So I just want to be clear about the strings attached to those dollars. They are tied to the money through the grant agreement, and they remain with the money through expenditure. So you have to always make sure you're in compliance. Okay, got it. But what does that mean? Complying with what? Well, that means complying with a lot of different things. The first thing, of course, at the top of this pyramid, this hierarchy of requirements, is the law itself. And there may be a number of different laws that you're dealing with. And there's probably a different law for each source of funds that you might be using. And of course, for NAHASDA, it's the NAHASDA law, and you have a link to that. If you're using low-income housing tax credit, there's a law for that. Any federal funds are subject to the National Environmental Protection Act requirements. And so that's another law that you're going to be interfacing with whenever you're using federal funds, including the HASDA. In addition to the law, then there's regulations. So typically a law does not go into sufficient detail in order for it to be administered. And so regulations are needed to essentially implement the law. The regulations for NAHASDA are 24 CFR Part 1000. So the NAHASDA regulations are adding on to the law. They don't necessarily repeat what's in the law. And so that's another thing you need to be aware of. There's not one source to understand all the requirements. You have to look at all these different resources to understand what the requirements are, what the guidance is for complying. Let me also take this opportunity to say, when you have a requirement, you must be able to show that you operated in compliance with that requirement. And that gets into record keeping. Not only developing documentation to show what you did and why you did it in compliance with the requirements, but also being able to have those documents retrievable, and not just retrievable for the next week, but for the next 3+ years. And so right off, we get into management capacity to understand what the rules are, to figure out how you're going to comply with the rules, how you're going to document that you're complying with the rules, and how you're going to retrieve those documents when necessary. Okay, we're talking about regulations here. We have also the regulations for the uniform guidance, which is 2 CFR Part 200. And then also the environmental review guidelines, which are 24 CFR Part 50 and 58. Now, we'll be talking about environmental reviews in some detail, but one of the things you're going to be learning is that environmental reviews can be done by HUD or by the tribe. HUD operates under Part 50, the tribe operates under Part 58. That's why we have 2 citations here. And then we move on to HUD guidance, and that falls into 2 categories. One is PIH notices. PIH notices have the effect of regulations. And then we have program guidances. Program guidances is really technical assistance. And I think of it as best practices. And boy, ONAP does a great job in providing program guidances as fantastic tools to make it easier to learn about requirements and how to comply with them. Well, beyond that, you also have local requirements. For example, your tribe may have a whole realm of requirements. You may operate in a number of different jurisdictions, and each jurisdiction may have, for example, requirements on eviction procedures. So, I don't know what local requirements you may have, but obviously you're operating in the local area, you have to conform with local requirements. And once you know the law, the regulations, the HUD guidances, local requirements, now you can develop your local program policies and also your operating procedures, standard operating procedures. So policies, I tend to think about are statements of intent. You will comply with this, you will do that. But the standard operating procedures are really getting into details about who's doing what, when, how they do it, what forms they use, where they file things, a supervisory oversight when approval is required, so on and so forth. So that's really getting into the details about the day-to-day operations of various aspects of your housing program.
One thing I might point out is it did not used to be a requirement that you have operating procedures in certain areas, but with the implementation of 2 CFR 200, where it became uniform across all federal agencies that you operate under this 2 CFR 200, there are certain requirements in certain areas that you not only have policies, but procedures now. 2 of those are in financial management and procurement. So where you didn't have to used to have written procedures, you now have to have written procedures to be in compliance with the regulations.
Yes, that was a really major change. One of the major changes in when the uniform guidance were developed back in 2014, and we'll be talking more about that a little bit later as well. All right, so let's take a look at some provisions in the regulations. The first, now we're looking at the NAHASDA regulations right here, 24 CFR 1000. And so the first one I wanted to talk about is 1010 definitions. Anything that you're looking at, regulations or laws, they're going to have their own acronyms and definitions, and they aren't necessarily consistent. They're specific to whatever document you're looking at. So it's important to, when you see a word that you don't understand, not clear what the meaning of it is, take a look and see if it's defined in the definitions. If we look at 1010, we can see the first thing it says is, there's certain words that are defined in the law, the NAHASDA, the law. So if you want to see those definitions, you have to go to NAHASDA. They're not included in the definitions in the regulations. And then it goes on to provide definitions that are in the regulations. So, that's just an example of how federal documents tie to each other, and that you need to be aware that you can't go to one place, just one place, like in this case, the regulations, to find applicable regulations. Here it's telling you you also have to go to the statute for NAHASDA. And then we go on to other areas, and I might add that the regulations were developed in consultation. It's called negotiated rulemaking with the federal government. So it was, again, an example of government to government, and the tribes are given maximum flexibility in making decisions. So one of the decisions is that the regulations are written as in question, answer. So we look at 1012 here, non-discrimination. The question is, what non-discrimination requirements are applicable? And then it lists down, the applicable definitions or applicable non-discrimination requirements. And that of course would include, the Indian Civil Rights Act, Section 504, the Rehabilitation Act, and so on. Then it goes on to relocation 1014, relocation and real property acquisition. This is really an extensive guidance on relocation and real property acquisition. And it's important that you understand that the acquisition of real property is not considered a procurement. There's specific requirements having to do with the acquisition of real property, real estate, land, building, things like that. And real property acquisition is directly linked to relocation requirements. So that's something to be aware of. If you're dealing with relocation, either temporary or permanent, or real property acquisition, you need to be very familiar with 24 CFR 1000.14. And then we get into the environmental review application. And of course, that refers us back to 24 CFR 50 and 58, as we talked about a few minutes ago. You know, and you may have picked up that why is a federal law having to do with environmental protection, why are there HUD regulations for that? Well, that is the guidance that HUD uses to comply with NEPA. And this is just a fluke, I think. Well, I don't know if it's a fluke, it's obviously intentional. But it's important to know that every agency has their own environmental review requirements. And so those are the requirements that agency has adopted to comply with NEPA. The point is that if you are mixing funds between agencies, you may have to do two different environmental reviews, one for HUD under 24 CFR Part 58, and another one for whatever the environmental rules are for that other agency. And then we have the conflict of interest regulations, 30 to 34. We'll be talking about that in some detail. And record retention requirements. Well, the standard period for record retention is 3 years from the end of your program year in which the expenditure was made, or longer if those records are somehow tied to an audit issue or management review, so on and so forth. In which case you have to keep those records 3 years until that the year in which that issue had been resolved. Okay, let's move on. We're not going to go through all the regulations. This is the last of the list here. Then we move on to the 100 series. So 24 CFR 1000.101, affordable housing. What is affordable housing? And then 102, what are the eligible affordable housing activities? Eligibility of tenant program-based rental assistance and either tenant or project-based rental assistance. Eligible families. This is, again, very critical because most of your funds are spent on serving families, and you need to be able to properly determine that they're eligible and be able to document they were eligible. We'll be spending quite a bit of time on that starting today, later today. And then what families are required to have HUD approval before admitting them into the program. For example, non-low-income families. At least some low-income families need to be approved by HUD before they can be admitted. So again, this is the details about eligible occupancy to receive the benefits of the program. And then when non-low income families can participate in the program. And then also the applicability of tribal Indian preference or tribal preference in selecting family for housing. So there's a lot of detail involved in occupancy. This is just to make you aware of where you can go to see what the regulations are on these sensitive issues. Let's see. So I think maybe at this point we want to take a 5-minute break. Trying to take a break about every hour or so, just a quick break. Let's take a 5-minute break here. So we'll come back at 15 minutes after the hour, and we'll start talking about navigating HUD resources. So I'll see you in about 5 minutes.
Thank you, David. Taking a 5-minute break. Thank you.
All right, well, it's just starting to get light here in, I live in Kenai in Alaska, and wow, I'm just shocked by how much snow we have. It's winter wonderland. Anchorage has it, this is the 4th day Anchorage has not had school because of all the snow we've been getting. All right. Yeah, so there in Mountain Village, it's still dark, I'm sure, because you're much further west than I am. I don't know what your how much snow you got from the storm that came through, but it's looking like we got over 2 feet.
Whoa.
All right, anyway, enough on the weather. Let's talk about navigating HUD resources here. All right, now let's take a look at accessing resources on the web. Okay, so the first thing, I'm just going to walk you through step by step. First of all, we're going to open up a browser, whatever you use. If it's Google or Firefox, whatever it is. And what you want to type in there is www.hud.gov. And that takes you to the HUD homepage. And this is what the homepage looks like for HUD right now. If you go to excuse me, if you go to the bottom of the homepage, you will find this, and I circled program offices down here. So the next step would be to click on that, and then you end up with a list of program offices, and you'll see down here in the lower right, public and Indian housing. So you want to click on that, and that'll take you here to the public and Indian housing page. So this is a division within HUD called public and Indian housing. And of course, what we're interested in is Indian housing. So you'll see up here at the menu bar, Indian housing. You want to click on that. And that's going to take you to ONAP's homepage, which is called Code Talk. So what I do is I type in, I go to my browser and I type in ONAP Code Talk, and I go directly to this page. So that's, instead of going through all those steps, I just Google ONAP Code Talk, and I go right here. And so this is where my entry point into ONAP resources. And I circled some of the features on this homepage that I wanted to point out to you. At the top one says ONAP program. So there's a list of the ONAP programs right there. So if you're looking for information about an ONAP program, you can click on one of these links and you go to the resources for that particular program. So I think that's a very useful link right there.
And for those of you that are brand new, ONAP is Office of Native American Programs.
Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you. Acronym.
We're so used to it, we don't remember to explain them, David.
Yes, acronym alert. And we'll take a look at that in a moment. And then directly to the right there, then I circled subscribe to Code Talk. So I encourage you to subscribe to Code Talk. It's very easy to do. Basically, you put in your email address. And if you do that, every time there's an update to Code Talk, you will get an email. And that makes it easy for you to be aware of any changes or events, for example, so you can keep in touch with what's going on with the program without any more effort than simply open up an email message.
ONAP used to send out notices of all those changes. They don't anymore. It's up to you to keep up with those changes now on your own. They don't automatically let you know that there's been a change or that something's been updated or that there's a new notice or a new guidance or whatever may be posted on Code Talk, but that link will let you know that.
Yeah, that's right. And then the last thing I had circled there is ONAP A to Z. So underneath there is a list of topics, and each link will take you to resources related to those topics. So this is a wonderful resource here in accessing resources to help you operate NAHASDA. Okay, so the circle in the middle there I mentioned is a link to PIH notices and program guidances. Let's go ahead and see what they look like, because this is actually my most frequent use of this page, is to access the notices or guidances.
Yep.
And so here is what the program guidances look like. And you can see here, the first column is guidance number, and they're simply listed in order. The newest is at the top. And so, you know, it starts out, the number starts out by the year. So we have 2022, and then the sequence of the program guidance in that particular year. In this case, we're looking at 01. And what is it? It's income limits under NAHASDA, and so on and so forth. So it's just a matter of paging down, and it's very easy to see a description. You can quickly identify the topic and find what you're looking for.
And as you can see, there weren't many ONAP guidances in 2021 and 2022, there was only one. Both of them were income limits.
Yeah, very interesting. Yes.
Pretty sure that had to do with COVID, David, and nobody.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
But it is interesting to note that.
Yeah. And now let's go on and take a look at the PIH notices. If I would have clicked on PIH notices instead of program guidances, I would have ended up here. So this is structured in the same way. Let me point out at the top here, it's PIH notices only applicable to Native American programs. So this does, like Sonia mentioned, there's a lot more public housing notices than Indian housing notices. So this does you a favor to focus on what you're looking for. But if for some reason you're looking for something applicable to public housing, then you'll need to use the generic link to PIH notices.
As an example, as you can see, you go from 27 down to 23, which means that 24, 25, and 26 had nothing to do with Indian housing, or from 14 to 22, that had nothing to do with Indian housing. So it saves you a lot to go here instead of to the PIH notices.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. It's probably very rare that you would ever have a reason to look at public housing notices. Okay, so this is organized the same way, basically by effective date and year. The first column has a number, the second column has issuance, and then an expiration, because these notices usually have a 1-year effective period, or sometimes they'll say until updated. And then there's a subject and purpose, and this is what I'm frustrated with right now, Sonia, is this new format, because it's so cumbersome to figure out what this notice is about. You have to read a paragraph of information.
I know, I agree with you.
I hate this new format.
Yeah,
because I just want to find what I'm interested in and open.
I mean, the subject purpose on that side should have said program income on that very first one.
Yeah, exactly right.
Then it should have had the description beneath it. And so I agree with you that that needs to be changed back to the way it was before.
Right. Yeah.
But they didn't.
But there it is. That's what you have to work with. But fortunately, there's a lot more guidances than notices. So you don't have to go to the PIH notices too often. All right, so that's where you find now. We gave you a link to the regulations and the law, because those things don't change very often. They're going to be the same for years on end. But the guidances and the notices, they change periodically and more frequently. And so, you just have to go there and see what's new, because you never know when something's going to come up.
And it'll usually say replaces guidance such and such, or replaces notice such and such.
Yeah,
so that you know to replace that.
Yeah. Okay, and then another link that you may have a reason to use is called HUD Clips. And I probably use HUD Clips mostly if I need a form. But there's a lot of other documentation and resources available here as well, including forms. And here's a screenshot of HUD Clips, and you can see all the links here. All kinds of information relevant to running a HUD program.
And one of the things I do want to point out is that ONAP no longer has handbooks and guidebooks, but public housing does. And so if there's something you're trying to learn how to do, and it's something that crosses over with public housing, you can go pull the handbook for public housing and just adapt it to Native American programs, because it gives you step by step how to do things in their guidebooks and handbooks that we no longer have. That went away when the NAHASDA became effective for some reason, and I don't know why, other than it was supposed to be for giving the tribes their autonomy and being able to do things their own way, so that you're not directing them how to do them. But those handbooks and guidebooks are still excellent.
Yes, yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. That's so true. And again, yeah, I agree with you. I think that's why ONAP doesn't have guidebooks, is because they maximum flexibility to the tribes, and
Yeah.
PIH has a different perspective on that.
Yeah,
They're more prescriptive about how things are done, and ONAP used to be like that under the Housing Act of 1937, and of course, public housing is still under the Housing Act of 1937.
And we used to have handbooks and guidebooks, but we don't anymore. And I think that they were very good. And I think it'd be great if they'd bring them back and not make them mandatory, but just a resource guide.
Yeah, I agree. But you're right. We're still doing the same type of things that public housing is doing. So the guidebooks can be very informative.
Yes.
In developing your own policies and procedures. Thank you, Sonia. All right. So let's go on and talk a little bit about the Code of Federal Regulations, how that's structured. First of all, where do these things come from? Okay, well, here's the process. A law is created, like the NAHASDA, for example, and there's regulations are needed. So that the NAHASDA came out in 1996, was passed by Congress in 1996. So then there was a 2-year ramp up period of time before funding was provided in 1998. And during that time, the regulations were developed to implement the law. And what they come out with first is a proposed rule. So this is a draft of the federal regulations, and the draft is published and distributed, and comments are solicited on the draft rule. Every comment received is considered in developing the final rule, and the final rule comes out, and after publication of the final rule, they're incorporated into the Code of Federal Regulations. So that's the process that applies to various, all the federal programs in creating the Code of Federal Regulations, CFR. And the CFRs has a uniform numbering system. We looked at that briefly. We looked at the resources, and we said 24 is the HUD code, and then so it's 24 CFR 1000 is the NAHASDA regulations, and then it's further broken down from that. Now, these days, of course, almost everything is done digitally now, and we have digital access to the CFR at ecfr.gov, and of course, that is when we look at that, we're looking at the size of our screen on our computer that we're looking at, and that's a different presentation that was done traditionally. Traditionally, it was done in small books, and they were like about 5 by 8 books, something like that. And because they were small, there were no indentations. And so when we get into levels of guidance on various divisions within the CFR, it got very confusing. And so it's a lot clearer now, because in the ECFR, there are indentations, but in the small book, there were no indentations in terms of paragraphs. So everything was flush on the left-hand side. And so it was important to understand the levels of paragraphs in the CFR. So the first thing is we have, of course, for example, 24 CFR 1000, or in this case, 303. And then 303 would be further broken down by 303.1. And then if there's breakdown of 303.1, it'd be the small letter A. And if A is further broken down, it's followed by the character, the numerical character. And if that numerical character is broken down, it's a Roman numeral. And if that Roman numeral is broken down, it's a capital A. And then if that capital A is further broken down, it's another numerical number. And then if that's further broken down, it's it's another Roman numeral. And sometimes it was really necessary to get out a marker and color code these things to make sense of these, what applied to the source. So you're looking at 303.1A1IA. Where does that A apply to? And so, by marking these various divisions on a very complex section of the CFR was very helpful. But really, with the if you use the ECFR, it's visually indicative of the applicability to these various divisions of the CFR.
Every written copy I have of a regulation is highlighted in yellow and then underlined in red, so that I have very colorful regulations if they're in paper.
Yeah, that's right. It's like a research project, right?
It is.
It is indeed. Yeah. Okay. So that just gives you a little bit of understanding about how the CFR, where the CFRs come from and how they're structured. Okay, now let's focus in on 2 CFR Part 200. Okay, 2 is for grants and federal grants and agreements. You see it's not 24. So this is not a HUD rule. This rule is for all grant awards under the federal government. That's why it's called the Uniform Guidance. So the Uniform Guidance has a lot of applicability to NAHASDA. And so we're going to explain that now. To start with, we want to give you a resource to learn more about the Uniform Guidance if you're interested in that. And let me start by saying that there is free ONAP training on Uniform Guidance available from time to time. If you want to get that, it's usually I think if it's done live, it's 2 days, and if it's on the web, I think it's maybe 4 days, four shorter days. Alternatively to a webinar or a live training session, if you click on this link, it'll take you to ONAP's page on to CFR, and you can see in the left-hand column here is training videos on the uniform guidance. And the training video is divided into sections. So it's not just one link to a training webinar that would go on for hours and hours and hours. If you're interested in a particular topic, you could just watch that portion of it. And then on the right-hand side here are resources and tools. So these are various tools that were developed specifically by ONAP to help you apply the uniform guidance. So the uniform guidance became applicable in 2014, at the end of 2014. So it's been around quite a while now, but it was very demanding transition because there's so much information covered in the uniform guidance. And Sonia and I worked on the team that developed these things.
The original committee that developed this for ONAP. So
Yes.
David and I go back to when God made dirt.
Okay, so yeah, a big major project, yes. Okay, so uniform guidance, what the heck are you talking about? Okay, the full name is the Uniform Administrative Requirements, Cost Principles, and Audit Requirements for Federal Awards. So there, I don't know how many federal programs there are that results in grants to recipients, but there's probably, I would guess there's thousands. And so each grant, it's just impractical for each grant to have a completely different set of administrative rules, and they should be as consistent as possible. And so that's what the uniform guidance does. It sets out the standard administrative and financial requirements for all federal awards.
And each federal award used to have their own administrative requirements. HUD used to be under 24 CFR Part 85. And
Exactly.
so every other agency had the same thing. So now there's only one set that you have to remember for every agency.
That's right. And it used to be such a nightmare. Yeah, this is not the first time that we've had standard rules, but they were very it was just a lot of confusion about it because as Sonia said, there was a different set for each agency, that there was different guidelines for different parts of administrative and financial requirements. And it was just, it just didn't work. And so during the Obama administration, the uniform guidance was developed. So it eliminated that duplication, the conflicts, the confusion about what's what and what applies, and updated things dramatically. One of the really great things I thought, which I really appreciated, is if you read the old guidance, you would think that the purpose of the federal program was to comply. And of course, that's not the purpose of the federal program. The federal program has a mission, is providing funding in order to accomplish a mission for a specific outcome. And so, yes, there is a need to comply with federal requirements, but we have to also focus on performance, using the money for the intended purpose, for the intended outcome. And so for the first time, then uniform guidance talks about performance and not just compliance. Also greater consistency. So there's one rule now for what costs are eligible and when they're eligible, and one audit requirement. It also clarifies oversight, and it's very clear that the recipient is responsible for making the decisions about their program, including how they are going to comply. And I might also mention at this point that the uniform guidance applies to recipients of federal funds, but also the agencies that are awarding those funds. So this is the uniform guidance for agencies as well as recipients. And overall, the goal is, of course, the classic: to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse. All right, the uniform guidance, as you might suspect, is a massive document, and it's kind of intimidating to take on. But if you understand how it's organized, it really helps so much in being able to access uniform guidance in a productive way. And to start with, it's organized into 6 subparts. The first part is simply acronyms and definitions. And you'll notice here that each subpart has a different numbering system. So acronym subpart A, it starts 0 to 99, acronyms and definitions. Again, these acronyms and definitions are specific to the uniform guidance. Subpart B are general provisions, and that's the 100 series. General provisions, short section of the uniform guidance, but it includes kind of the critical aspects of the requirements for federal awards. One of which is, you might think, is conflict of interest. Is discussed under general provision. Subpart C, the 200 series, is for pre-federal award. So this talks about, for example, what needs to be in a no-file. This is obviously that would apply to the federal government because they're making the award. It's possible you might be making award too if you're doing subrecipient agreements. There's portions of subpart C that would be of interest to you if you're doing that. But primarily, your role is to administer an award that you receive, and that is discussed in subpart D, the 300 series. So that's where, as a grantee, you're going to be spending most of your time. And we're going to be spending most of our time talking about subpart D in context of this training session. But if you're a financial person, then you're going to be spending most of your time with subpart E and F. Subpart E, cost principles, covers eligible costs, eligible uses of federal funds, cost eligibility. And then subpart F are the audit requirements.
And this is the section where OMB used to print circulars like the eligible cost and ineligible cost, and that was like OMB Circular A87. Well, those no longer are published. They're all a part of the 2 CFR 200 now.
That's right. Uniform guidance replaced that whole big stack of OMB circulars.
And OMB, for those that don't know, is Office of Management and Budget, and NOFA is Notice of Funding Availability. Since
okay,
acronym
alert. Acronym alert. Thank you, Sonia.
Well, we forget that we've got people that have been in the program like 2 months and they don't know them all, David. So I'm trying to catch them when I can.
I appreciate that. I'm sure they do also. Okay, so some of the things that concepts that are incorporated in the uniform guidance is the requirements for management systems. Figuring out what you're going to be doing, how you're going to be doing it, and making sure it's getting done the right way. The prohibition from having a conflict of interest, and we're going to be talking about that in some detail. The need for transparency. These are public funds. Procurement requirements. A lot of money is spent on procurement, and so there are extensive requirements for procurement. Requirements for reporting and record keeping. So I already mentioned that if it's required, you need to document that you did comply with that requirement. That document needs to be retrievable so you can demonstrate that you were in fact in compliance. And financial management, keeping track of the funds and the use of the funds. Audit requirements. All the programs are subject to the same requirements, and those requirements cannot be modified. The cost principles, simply about what's allowable and unallowable, and guidance on how to make those determinations for each cost category. Okay, so here we have the rule hierarchy. How do you like that terminology? So we're talking for NAHASDA, for the program called NAHASDA, the Indian Housing Block Grant. Of course, the law rules. Then the next thing is we have the regulations that implement the law. And where there are not, now here's a new term for you, program specific requirements as reflected in the statutes or regulations, then the uniform guidance applies. As I mentioned, there are no program specific requirements having to do with audit. That's a standard. Audit is a standard, so you can compare audit to audit. But other than that, each program probably has program specific requirements. Okay, so you might be thinking, what? How do I know what to follow? How do I know when to follow uniform guidance? How do I know if there's program specific requirements? Well, I have an easy answer for you on that question. And that can be found here in 24 CFR 1000.26. And you're looking at that page right here. So what that is saying is that 24 CFR or 2 CFR 200 applies except for the following. So right here in 1000.26, it brings in the requirements for the HUD recipients to comply with the uniform guidance, except for this list. Now, this is not that long of a list. It's longer than you can see here. But if you ever wonder, what parts of the uniform compliance are modified by program-specific requirements for NAHASDA, just simply go to this citation under NAHASDA 1000.26. And right here it says uniform guidance applies except for the following. And in a lot of cases, there are minor exceptions. Now, let's take a look at this procurement site, for example. Says sections 200.318 through 200.326 apply as modified below. And here are two modifications to what is in the uniform guidance. And there's one for de minimis procurement. And we'll talk about what that is when we talk about procurement. I will point out here that it is the maximum amount for which de minimis procurement can be used is $5,000. And you also must have it in your policy. But it also says, hey, in addition to what's in the uniform guidance, NAHASDA recipients can use federal supply sources. And both de minimis procurement and the utilization of federal supply services are eligible under NAHASDA because they are in the statute. They are in the NAHASDA statute. So now you're starting to see how the link is made between the statute, the regulations, and then the uniform guidance.
The other thing I might point out, David, is if they decide to take training for 2 CFR 200, that they need to try to find one that is for NAHASDA, not just a general 2 CFR 200, because none of these exceptions will be pointed out in a regular training, but they are in the NAHASDA training for 2 CFR 200. And David has done.
Oh yeah, that's really important to understand. Yes, these exceptions to uniform guidance are program specific.
And
so
David has done an online webinar that you can watch if you don't have other training to go to. That's excellent.
Yeah, you can go to ONAP training because that's for NAHASDA specifically. NAHASDA and IHBG. That link you previously on the ONAP resource page with the training material for uniform guidance is specifically for NAHASDA and any community development block grant. Yeah, thank you, Sonia. Okay, do we have any questions about the uniform guidance and program specific requirements? Okay, well, something comes to mind, please let us know. Okay, so one thing that wanted to point out here is, for example, uniform guidance established some new requirements. We're not going to go through all the changes under uniform guidance, but here's one to be aware of. For example, there's the requirement for mandatory disclosure. So if there is a potential violation of a federal law regarding fraud, bribery, or gratuity violations, that it must be reported to HUD in writing. Now, this means that if you have some reason to believe that there has been a violation or there's a complaint, something like that, this is not that you made a determination that the complaint is valid, but you're making your funding agency aware of this potential complaint, because your funding agency does not want to be blindsided. And so you want to be out in front of these issues and make your funding agency aware that you received this complaint, you're looking into it, and so on and so forth. And by the way, this should be in your policy and procedure someplace. That, oh, what do? We got a complaint about someone tried to bribe the procurement guy. How do we handle that? Well, it needs to be in your policies and procedures, and people need to be trained on the policies and procedures applicable to their job. And by doing that, you can help ensure that you're going to be in compliance.
And one of the things that I'm sure that you each have heard, if you have called your rep at the local HUD office, the first thing they're going to ask you when you ask them a question on how to do a certain thing is, what do your policies say? And that's because everybody can have different policies as long as they're in compliance with the regulations and the statutes. And HUD literally cannot keep up with everybody's policies and procedures. So the first thing they're going to have to ask you is, what does your policy say? So you're going to need to know that before you call and ask them. And most usually, if you'll look at your policies, you'll answer your own question.
Right. Okay, so let's go on to the next thing. Conflict of interest. This is a very sensitive issue because you're dealing with federal funds, and it's very important that people feel that those funds are being utilized effectively and fairly. And so there's a high degree of concern about a conflict of interest. And there is a program guidance out on conflict of interest, 2002-13, a very, very informative best practice kind of guidance. So this is something to take a look at if you're involved with this. A conflict of interest is prohibited, and examples of that would be a person who participates in the decision-making process, a person who gains inside information, any interest in a contract or proceeds from a relationship with the procurement or use of federal funds, including ties to a business or family relationships. And the uniform guidance says that the federal agency needs to provide guidance on how to address a conflict of interest. ONAP has issued that guidance, again, reference to 2002-13. And the requirement is that you report real or apparent conflict of interest to ONAP, because again, you don't want to blindside your agency. But another thing is that real or apparent. So the idea is if there's an appearance of conflict of interest, even though there's not a real conflict of interest, just the appearance of a conflict of interest undermines the confidence in the federal program. And so that needs to be addressed. And so the idea is that you identify the real or apparent conflict of interest and you deal with it in some way. Either you separate the source of that conflict of interest, or you evaluate it and determine that there's an exception approved, and you don't hide that. You make a public disclosure of it and you report it to your funding agency. So the uniform guidance says grantees and subgrantees will maintain a written code of standards of conduct governing performance of their employees engaged in the award and administration of contracts. No employee, officer, or agent shall participate in the selection or in the award or administration of a contract supported by federal funds if in conflict of interest, real or apparent, would be involved. And then the ONAP guidance provides specific information about notifying HUD in writing and also posting, publicly displaying the disclosure of the conflict of interest and the exception to the conflict of interest.
And an example of an apparent conflict of interest, particularly in more remote areas, could be that the only contractor available to do a certain type of work maybe is the cousin or uncle of an employee of the housing entity. And that employee works in the procurement area. Well, in that particular case, if the cousin or uncle were going to bid on a particular project, that employee would need to totally recuse themselves from any type of involvement in both the procurement of that and the performance of that contract. Because it would not, even though it may not be something that is an actual conflict of interest, because that employee has no monetary interest in that company or would not gain anything from it, it's an apparent conflict of interest because 15 people in the community know everybody in the community and they know that that's your uncle or that's your cousin. And so they say, yeah, they got that contract because that's their uncle.
Exactly right.
That's
Thank you,
what
Sonia.
you need to watch out for.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, and a situation like that example is very damaging. Okay, so here's another new thing that came out in the uniform guidance. So this conflict of interest having to do with employees and officials and family members, close family members, and so on, that has been an issue from the beginning. But now the uniform guidance brought in this new conflict of interest, and that's something called organizational conflict of interest. So an organizational conflict of interest would be if the recipient of the federal grant has a parent organization, a subsidiary, or an affiliation with another organization that creates a real or a appearance of a conflict of interest. And an example of that might be some housing programs developed development corporations. And you know, that would be a subsidiary, something like that. So if they're going to do allow that development corporation to compete in procurement, that creates a organizational conflict of interest, and that needs to be sorted out through policies and procedures on how that conflict of interest is going to be managed. And by the way, that organizational conflict of interest does not include relationships with tribes or local government. And so where there is a conflict of interest issue, real or apparent, then you report the potential conflict of interest to ONAP and disclose to the public the conflict of interest, the nature of assistance provided, and the basis on which determination was made that there was no conflict. So let's leap into our first exercise. In 2019, James Bond was pre-selected to receive housing assistance. Mr. Bond is presently serving as a member of the Board of Commissioners. Can he still receive housing assistance now that he is a board member? Yes, no, maybe. This is a multiple choice. Please indicate your preferred answer. What is the best answer here? We have a yes, and we have some no's. Yes and no's, yes and no's. Okay. Thank you for responding to the poll. And we do have a mix. We have a 1/3 said yes, and 2/3 said no. And I would say both answers might be right. I think the best answer is maybe. The idea here is that a person should not be punished for volunteering to be on the board. And so the person may be eligible to participate, but only if certain conditions are met. Number one, the person must be selected in accordance with the occupancy policy. In other words, treated like everybody else. The same criteria was applied, and based on that criteria, he was determined to be eligible and was selected. And so, that should be a matter of fact, and should be demonstrated by documentation. You have your waiting list, you have your policies and procedures, which should clearly prescribe how determinations of eligibility and selection are made. At that point, then, when that conflict of interest is evaluated, it's determined and verified that that person was duly and reasonably selected, and that would be documented and written up. That package would be sent to HUD, so they're notified of it, and that there be some type of posting wherever public documents are posted in your community, maybe the post office or whatever is practiced in your community. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to have all the documentation there, obviously. I mean, that you have personal information in the application, so that certainly should never be shared. But some description of the facts having the matter, so you're not hiding anything. You're disclosing the information that a board member has been selected because of they met all the requirements and were prioritized in accordance with the policies and procedures. Okay, so that's the information about dealing with conflict of interest.
And one thing that we want to point out is that this is a regulatory requirement. So you are regulatorily required to make this public disclosure and to notify HUD.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You have nothing to hide. Okay, and that takes us to the next section, management capacity. And this is a good time. Let's go ahead and take another break now. Let's come back in, let's see, I have quarter after the hour. Let's come back in 10 minutes. Let's say, so 25 after the hour. To it. All right. On to the next chapter of our training session on management capacity. So yeah, this trying to stay organized, trying to stay on top of things. Very, very challenging. You know, obviously there's a lot of compliance issues to be concerned about. There's a lot of things to understand and learn. There's a lot of moving pieces to a housing program. There's always fires to fight in the housing program. There's always issues and problems and urgency. And at the same time, you're trying to manage and stay organized and meet the needs of your community. And so management capacity is a huge topic, a huge challenge. And developing management capacity doesn't happen by itself. It's got to be a concerted effort. So what is involved with management capacity? In addition to being organized? Well, you have to have the right organizational structure for your program. And I think it's important to recognize that programs need to change over time. And especially at this day and age where change is happening so quickly. You know, what was done 10 years ago may not make sense anymore. And so that's true of your organizational structure too. It needs to change. Job descriptions need to change. Policies and procedures need to change. So that's part of the purpose of self-monitoring, is figuring out what's working, what's not working, what needs to change, what needs to be updated. And that might include the organizational structure. You need to have an effective, streamlined organizational structure. Program development and management capacity relates to decisions you make about what type of programs you're going to run. You have maximum flexibility in decision-making for your organization. You can make decisions that make your program very complex and difficult and expensive to manage, or you can make decisions that simplify and streamline your program. So what you want to be aware of is your capacity, and identify when you need to expand your capacity to take on a new program, but you don't want to get overextended because that's when you run into a mess like this. You lose control. You're no longer organized. There's confusion and you're overextended.
One of the things I like to always tell participants in this class is that just because you can do something, because it's allowed, doesn't mean that you should. So you have to look at, even though I can, do I have the capacity to do it?
That's exactly right. And if you decide you don't have capacity, it doesn't mean that you can't develop the capacity, but you have to recognize that you have limitations and you're making tough decisions. Also, you should not feel that it's necessary to have a complicated program. If you can, through really deep understanding of your community, identify the number one thing that is the best use of your funds and become expert at doing that one thing, you can have an incredibly successful program. And you know, it's really impressed me how effective some housing programs are that I've worked with. simply because they came up with the program that was most meaningful to their community, and they became extremely good at running that program because they're focused on the right thing, and they've perfected that program. It's really making a difference in the community, and they're able to operate that program in a very effective way. They have not taken on unnecessary complications to serve their community. One aspect of complication, of course, is in getting involved with more than one funding source. And certainly not discouraging you from doing that, but you need to recognize that that is a major complication. And how are you going to organize in order to be successful taking on that expansion of your program? Adding programs, adding developments, adding funding sources, the whole hiring process, everything, every decision you make about doing something, you have to consider the resources that are involved in being successful in implementing it. And it's just being objective in making that analysis. And sometimes the answer is no, not now. We have to develop capacity to implement that new program or funding source or whatever it may be.
And you have to look at the long-term ongoing cost of operating it too, which I've seen that happen with a lot of housing entities, especially smaller ones. They haven't looked out far enough at, okay, what's it going to cost me next year and the year after that and the year after that. And then they end up utilizing all of their grant for that program because they hadn't looked into the future of what are the costs going to be in the future.
Oh, you're so right, Sonia. And that really is a planning issue. You have to plan ahead to identify, so you're confident about having a deep understanding of what the issue is that you're trying to address and what it's going to take to be successful, including the cost, staff resources, management resources, policies and procedures. Every expansion is a major undertaking, and you need to do a thorough analysis of that as part of a planning process. And again, ONAP offers training on planning. So if that's something that you want to learn more about, I urge you to take advantage of that training resource. Of course, development is a discipline in itself and requires a capacity to effectively and efficiently develop new properties, and as well as developing new programs. So again, you have to make tough choices because you can't do everything. So it's a matter of focusing on what's most important, what's most meaningful in your community, what you can be successful with. It's kind of a cost-benefit analysis. And recognize that when you are developing new property, as Sonia said, it's very long-term. Development is short-term. It's a project, but maintaining and operating that property over the long term, that's a program. And you have to think about not what it's going to cost me now, but what is the cost over a 10-year period, 20-year period, 30-year period. And then self-monitoring is something that you have to build into every aspect of your program. Is it working? How can we make it better? How can we take what's successful in this program and apply it to other areas of our program? Are we in compliance with the requirements? So PIH Notice 9932 really talks about evaluating administrative capacity. And that's very helpful in defining the scope of what's involved in administrative capacity. So what type of programs are you going to operate? Well, you know, there's no limit on what you can do with your NAHASDA funds. Well, there are limits, but in terms of the flexibility, let me start over again. There are limits to eligible activities. They have to be related to affordable housing. But there's so many different types of affordable housing activities that you can undertake. That's what I'm referring to as really being unlimited. And so obviously that's not practical. You have to focus on what's most important. And as time changes, some things should be retired and other things need to be innovated to address the changing needs in your community. But just for example, you know, you can provide grants, and that probably is the simplest thing because there's no follow-up. But grants are very expensive, and so you know, at the top of the list of management capacity is the ability to manage funds. And that includes sustainability of programs. You have a limited amount of money. You have more need in your community that can be addressed with the funds available. So managing the money to serve your community in the best, most effective way possible is a high priority. So you might say, well, we need to get some return on our investment. And so we're going to do that through loan programs. So loan programs, you have ongoing management responsibility there. How are you going to structure a loan program? That's up to you. You may decide that we're going to require a payback, but we're not going to charge interest. You might charge the market interest. Or you might have a below market interest rate. You might have, often you hear about a soft loan, which would be a forgivable loan over time. So a lot of different options there on how you structure a loan program to get some return on your investment. You may have a sweat equity program. Sweat equity is when the family is actually doing work, so they're investing work into their housing, and that would be integrated into your program. You might offer assistance to families with tools and equipment, perhaps so they can help them maintain their own home by having a program where they can borrow the tools and equipment that they need in order to make repairs and so on. And of course, probably they would need some training to do that. So that would be a way of helping people, is to train them on home maintenance. And oh my goodness, a whole range of self-sufficiency services. We're going to be talking about affordable housing, eligible affordable housing activities later. And certainly self-sufficiency is one of the objectives of the NAHASDA for Congress in developing the program. And housing is all incorporated self-sufficiency as one of the goals of their program. And it is an eligible activity. And so, you know, that is a tremendous program area in itself. And I'd like to introduce this concept of market-focused housing programs. And I'm just using this as a model to communicate this concept. The concept being that different families have different housing needs. They're in a different place. And, you know, under the old program, the Housing Act of 1937, you really had very few options on how you serve people. You could choose the low rent program, or you could choose the mutual help program, and that was about it. But under NAHASDA, you receive a block grant. You decide what programs you're going to offer, what types of housing assistance you're going to offer. So now that you have this flexibility, you can think about housing in terms of meeting people's needs, and people fall into different categories. So you're in a different category, you're in a different place, you have a different type of housing. So this is a way of thinking about these different housing needs and how to approach them in terms of structuring your program. So let's take a look at this matrix here. In the first column, we have levels. Level 1's at the bottom. In the second column, we have client characteristics, their current housing in the next column. The next column is the service goals, and then incentives and what the next housing would be. So we'll start at the lower left here, level 1. We're talking about families that are really struggling. They're having problems functioning effectively in the community. They're unemployed, they can't hold down a job. They have some underlying problems, perhaps substance abuse, or some illness of some type. So they're really struggling, they're homeless, or they're living in substandard condition. They really need service to help stabilize them and to provide them with services. And the incentive is to get them into some type of shelter where their minimal needs are being met. And they can be provided with service to help them transition to a better place. Now, I'm not saying that when I talk about services, I'm not necessarily saying those services would be provided by the housing provider, but perhaps through partners. So you enter into a partnership agreement where you as the housing program are providing the facility, and you have a partner providing the services. And that type of partnership model makes a lot of sense and is working well in a lot of different communities. So here's this level 1 person. They're in a shelter situation, they're being stabilized, and the goal is to move them into a transitional housing setting where they can continue their treatment. Now they're stabilized and they're making some improvements. They've been able to work part-time. They're going into transitional housing now. They're receiving ongoing services, probably on a daily basis. There's supervision. They developed a individual case plan for treatment, helping them to stabilize, address those barriers to becoming functional. And as they make progress in that transitional housing setting, their employment is improving, their social condition is improving, and they're getting ready to move on to level 3 now, which would be some type of subsidized housing. So as they move into level 3 now, they're starting to work full time. They're stable. They're their employment, their income's going up. They're receiving now a higher level of assistance in learning about budgeting, for example, how to properly maintain your housing that you have, saving money, proper maintenance and things like that. And as their income is going up, now they're paying more and more rent, and they're at the point now where they have enough income and they're stable enough that they can move into an assisted housing program. So now they're moving up to level 4. And they're starting to participate in a housing, some type of assisted home ownership program, where they have stable employment and they have the income to support that. They're learning about maintaining the home, paying their bills, making higher payments for that home ownership program, as well as maintaining the home, paying utilities, so on and so forth. And as they mature in their income and their life skills, now they're ready to move on to a larger home through independently getting a mortgage loan to buy a home. And at that point in time, they've left your program. They are independent, and you have a success stories where you worked with a family from level 1 all the way up through level 4, and they left your program and are completely self-sufficient through the provision of your housing programs and services through partnerships. That's kind of the dream scenario in working with families. But it happens every day. Housing provides stability and a hub for services, and you have the capacity to develop a potential capacity, or at least the eligibility of program within the program to develop a dynamic program like this. Of course, this is just a model for training purposes, but the idea here is that you're thinking about that certain parts of the community have different types of housing needs, and certain housing types are appropriate for people in these different categories. And so you are trying to meet the needs of these market niches rather than warehousing people in 1 or 2 types of housing programs like we had to do under the Housing Act in 1937 before NAHASDA. So again, this is a planning process, and probably more realistically, as you grow your program, you're going to be focusing on your community and say, what is the next priority for the expansion of our program? And it might fall in any one of these or additional levels, referring back to our matrix here. Okay, well, let's go back to, as we move in to talk about program delivery, some of the other compliance issues that we need to be aware of. And that takes us back to our regulations. Well, the NAHASDA is subject to Indian preference. And so the Indian preference rules here, 48 to 54, under NAHASDA regulations, 24 CFR 1000, go into detail about Indian preference requirements. And we'll be talking more about Indian preference a little bit later in the context of procurement. Yes, and we have labor standards. requirements at 1000.16. And what this talks about is Davis-Bacon requirements apply to NAHASDA funds, but there's also a provision for the tribe to establish their own labor standards. So this is an exercise of sovereignty. Instead of using HUD's labor relation requirements under Davis-Bacon, the tribe can develop their own. But the requirement is the same, that prevailing wages must be paid. So I don't know, some areas have tend to use tribally determined wage rates over Davis-Bacon, and others seem to stick with Davis-Bacon. So it seems to be somewhat of a regional issue, it seems to me. But you have the option there. And an environmental review. Yes, the use of NAHASDA funds are required to follow the environmental review. We talked about that, and we'll be, Sonia's going to be getting into detail about that later in this training. And then lead-based paint applies. Now, lead-based paint, we don't hear too much about that anymore. Depending on where you are, lead-based paint goes back to 78 was the last year lead-based paint was available. So some areas may have a great deal, particularly on the East Coast, may run into this lead-based paint issue frequently. In a place like Alaska with relatively new housing, seldom run across lead-based paint issues. Accessibility, yes, the NAHASDA funds are required to comply with Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. So you are required to provide reasonable access for disabled people. And you also have to make a certain portion of your housing accessible, depending on the scale of the development that you're working on. And then flood insurance is also required where you are in a local area that in which flood insurance is available. Okay, moving on here. Development and operating policies. We already talked that policies are required. And in addition to that, also procedures. There's a wide range of policies that are required. Certainly admissions and occupancy are maybe one of the more extensive set of policies and procedures you would have. And you may have those for one for each type of program that you're running, or you may consolidate them in some way. And then your personnel policies and procedures, maintenance procedures, travel policy, procurement policy. If you're developing real property, buying property, you should have a policy for that. Relocation policy, if you're relocating people either temporarily or permanently, you need to figure out how you're going to do that in accordance with the regulations. So again, you need to have those policies. And then of course, the conflict of interest, we already talked about. And then audit is another area. Now, the threshold for audit is if you expend federal funds from all sources of $750,000 in a single year or more, then you need to have an audit done in accordance with the uniform guidance. If you spend less than $750,000 of federal funds in a given year, then you're not eligible to expend funds on the audit as required under the uniform guidance. But you can get, a reduced, if you feel like something needs to be reviewed in your system, you can spend funds on getting that limited review done, but not a full-blown audit. Okay, development capacity. Really, development capacity has a lot to do with the development itself. And if you're bringing in a number of different funding sources, that is a much higher level of complexity and requires a much higher level of capacity than you would if you're just using your IHBG funds. Of course, you always have to have adequate financial systems in place to track expenditures by source and by use. And not only, I just as an aside here, not only do the financial systems need to be able to sufficiently track the source and use of funds, but also provide the information that's needed to the management team in order to oversee what's going on. And there should be a cooperative relationship between the financial people and the management people to make sure that not only are the financial requirements being met, but also the information that management needs to operate to fulfill their responsibility is also provided. So that way you have the financial department playing their role as the management system within the organization, but they have to understand what management needs in order to oversee and effectively monitor and manage the program as it proceeds. Understanding community needs and target housing market. That gets back to the matrix that we just looked at. Community needs are changing all the time. Your program can change along with the community. I like to think that the program is dynamic and can respond to those changes over time. But that may involve not doing what you did in the past. You have a limited amount of funds, and you simply have to make the decision about the best use of funds based on what's going on in your community. And I would add, where what future your community wants for itself. So that you're planning for the future. And another issue that gets into development when bringing in other funding sources is the tribe's willingness to make a limited waiver of sovereignty in order to qualify for certain funding sources. And I want to stress that this would not be just a complete waiver of sovereignty. That's not what we're talking about here. But if a entity is wants to provide funding to your program, they want to feel that if the tribe doesn't follow through with what they're saying, that they have recourse. And so the waiver of sovereignty should be limited to whatever that funding source needs in order to provide the funding. So it's a matter of being able to work out those issues or being able to work out those issues. Okay, when we talk about capacity, need to think of it in terms of internal and external. doing a honest assessment about what capacity there is within the organization. And if you don't have it within the organization, seeing if you can bring that in externally. So through a contractual relationship. For example, very few housing providers have an architect on board, but they need an architect in order to get design work done. So they would say, okay, well, in that case, we need to go through a procurement process to bring this resource into our project development so that we have the capacity to prepare a proper design for whatever it is that we're doing. So it's a matter of making an assessment, determining what gaps you have in your capacity, and then how are you going to fill that capacity? Are you going to fill it internally? Are you going to fill it externally? Maybe it can't be filled currently, and so that activity needs to be set aside until you can fill that gap. Exactly what that gap is going to be based on the characteristics of whatever it is that you're planning on doing. Another thing to consider is time. You know, if you're saying, well, yeah, we have a good project manager, we'll use him for this project. Well, if that person doesn't have time because he's already working on 3 projects, he doesn't have time to successfully take on another project, then you're really setting him up to fail and the organization up to fail. So it's just not a matter of making assignments. It's making sure that people have the capacity to fulfill that assignment in terms of availability and skill set. So ultimately, what you're doing is you're building a team. You're saying, this is what we're going to do. This is what we need to do it successfully. Here's a list of responsibilities. These are the assignments for these various responsibilities. And that defines your team. Who's doing what, when, and then it's just a matter of exercising oversight over the process and making sure that you're moving, making progress in accordance with the plan that you developed. And that's called project planning. That's part of the project planning process. And again, you know, if you aren't sure about what that planning process is, take advantage of the ONAP training on planning to help you with that. Once you have your plan in place, now you're going to implement it. That requires management. In order to manage the project, you've got to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, you got nothing to manage. Things are just happening. You don't really know where you're at. So, you know, it all starts with the planning process. And of course, that's going to involve financial management. And, you know, when it comes down to flexibility, there is no flexibility with financial management. There's just no tolerance for mismanagement of money. And so that's always got to be the highest priority, that you can be fully accountable and on top of your finances. Staffing coordination is a key element in being an effective organization. Your department should not operate in stovepipes. They need to coordinate in some way. And you know, that type of perspective on how the organization works needs to come from the top, to see that everybody understands what's going on and what their role is, with the expectation that they're going to work together, because that enables the success of the organization. Communicating with the governing body is critically important. The governing body needs to be with you in whatever it is that you're undertaking. You need to understand what their priorities are. And you need to seek their approval of what you intend to do. Make them informed about what your plan is. So when you're talking about a new, developing a new project or program, they're not thinking it's going to start next month. You know, it's going to take you 2 years to launch the thing. But you know, they need to understand that. And then along the way, over those 2 years, you're giving them periodic progress reports, as well as, you know, problems that you've entered, delays, you know, funding problems, whatever it may be. It's important to recognize that they need to understand what's going on with your organization, have their support. It really is a part of the key to success. And grant writing, you know, to get your funding in place is probably the number one barrier to expanding your program. So having an effective grant writing program is important. Of course, nothing succeeds like success. If your program is successful, that encourages partners to provide you with additional funding. And just the opposite is true as well. Grant writing is eligible expenditure, by the way, under NAHASDA, and we'll talk about that when we get to that topic area. And then it's always important to think in terms of what your intended outcomes are for whatever it is that you're doing. If you don't identify what outcomes you intend to accomplish, how do you know if what you did is successful or not? So by identifying what the priorities are in your community, you plan projects to address those priorities in terms of the outcomes, and then you can assess, by doing that, you can assess the success of the things that you undertake. Okay, some internal capacity analysis is a legal infrastructure in place. Now, some funding sources do have specific requirements for the entity that they can fund. And so that's just something you need to look at before you invest time into trying to get funding from that source. If it's reasonable for you, it's feasible for you to meet their requirements to get the funding. Otherwise, you're just wasting your time. Is there political support for the project and location? Well, this gets back to your governing body, but it also involves the people in your community. You know, do they support your vision for the future of the community? Is the market, the target market for whatever it is you're doing, is that a good location for them? Location is a huge issue, and that's something to consider as you identify those target markets for an undertaking. Is you know, what are their needs, and what is based on those needs, what is the best location? What is the best way of serving them? And then we talked about doing a self-assessment to determine capacity, identify gaps, and how to fill those gaps. Not only to develop the program or project, but also to manage the program or project. Because the development is a short-term effort, the management is long-term. And you have to plan for the long-term, not just a short-term. If you're just focused on a short-term, you're taking a tremendous risk. You got to build the capacity to manage as you develop the program or project. And of course, that goes back to time. And, you know, if you're not able to add staff, how are you going to expand your program? You might have to make trade-offs and say, okay, we're no longer going to do Y, instead we're going to do X. And then, you know, depending on what it is that you're doing, do you have, are your policies and procedures for procurement sufficient for what you're undertaking? You might be getting into some type of service program that you're not familiar with, and you're looking for partners on that. You know, how do you prepare to enter into what will be an effective partnership relationship with a service provider? It might be something that you have to develop an understanding about before you can proceed with it. And then, you know, having the financial controls to ensure that you can not only be accountable, but that there's sufficient funding for whatever it is that you're planning on undertaking. Not just for, again, not just for the short term, but the long term. And we're going to be talking about some of those long-term financing issues a little bit later. Okay, construction costs. We have to think about development as including all the costs. So that would include the land, surveying the land, testing the land, getting site control for the land, the infrastructure to serve the land, the uses on the land. Of course, the materials, the design work, the inspection work, on and on and on. All those costs have need to be identified. And you know, there's no guarantees when you come up with a cost estimate that it's going to be accurate. You want it as accurate as possible, but there's things that you don't know, and you don't know what you don't know. So you invariably need to include a contingency. What that contingency should be really depends on the cost and the scope of work, the degree of risk involved, all would enter into your desire for the amount of contingency you need. Also, is there flexibility in the project scope of work? So, for example, if you are building a subdivision with single-family homes, and your costs turn out to be higher than expected, you might say, okay, we're going to build 9 homes instead of 10, and you're able to reduce the scope of work and use the funding that would have gone into that 10th house to fund the additional costs that became known to you. But other types of projects, you don't have that kind of flexibility. You might also build flexibility into a procurement. So you can say, you can ask for bidders to give you contingency or alternatives, it's called, alternatives to a bid. So you might say, well, give me a bid on an asphalt roof, but give me an alternative bid for a metal roof, and various things like that. So that's building in some flexibility into your procurement. And then understanding the sources and uses of funds. First of all, you have to understand how the funds can be used, when they become available, and what restrictions or limitations there are on those funding sources. So you just can't take the funding and put it into one funding, and think about it as one funding bucket. It's usually not that simple. And there may be some funds that need to be used up front, and other funds that don't come available until the project's completed, like permanent financing. So understanding that flow and being able to manage that flow is something you have, again, must carefully plan for. Okay, and then operating costs. This is what we call a pro forma. Now, if you were a profit-motivated housing developer, you would be all about the pro forma. What you're doing is you're identifying what your development costs are going to be, all your management expenses, all your operating costs, your need to develop operating reserves and replacement reserves, because you have to maintain the property and you have to update the property occasionally, and pay off the debt. And if you cannot come up with a pro forma that shows that your housing, the housing that you're planning will pay for itself and reward you with profit, then you're going to walk away from it. So that's the way, profit-based real estate developers work with developing a pro forma. Now, when you're working with affordable housing, it's unlikely that you're going to be able to develop a project that'll pay for itself. And so now you're talking about subsidies. So yes, your IHBG funds is a source of subsidy, but the more units you develop does not result in you getting more money under NAHASDA. You receive NAHASDA funds based on a formula, and that formula divides the NAHASDA funds allocated by Congress to all the different tribes of the United States. As you add units, those additional units and the subsidy that you need to provide to those units does not result in the increase of your NAHASDA funding. Therefore, over time, as you build more units that require subsidy, you are making less money available for future allocations. And eventually, down the line, eventually, you simply don't have any funds available for new development. It's all tied up in just keeping what you have going. And so you have to go into committing subsidy funding to projects with eyes wide open, because it's a long-term commitment that would go on for 30, 40, 50 years. And every year, that money coming out of your IHBG. So that's very important to understand the impact on your decision about subsidies on the future of your program. So that completes the presentation on this portion of the training. The next is we get into eligibility requirements. And boy, talk about a change in topics. Before we make that switch, are there any questions, comments, discussion about what we just talked about? Just basically an overview of management capacity. And Sonia, I would think you want to take a break before we start your session?
Let's do a short break before we start on this. What time is it?
I have 20 after.
Okay, let's come back at 2:30. Let's do a little 10-minute break.
Okay, bottom of the hour. Okay, sounds good. See you then.
let's start this next section with what are your low income requirements? NAHASDA was defined in section 415 of NAHASDA defines what median income is. With respect to an area that's an Indian area, it is the greater of the median income for the Indian area, which the secretary shall determine, or the median income for the United States. Well, the median income for the United States is published annually, as well as the median income for the Indian area. The Indian area median income is HUD's Section 8 income limits, and then the median income for the United States is that which is published that shows you 100% of the median income on your income guidelines each year. So you have to look at, okay, is our Indian area higher than the median income, or is the median income higher than the national median income? So you go with the highest of the two. Okay, so you have Program Guidance 2022-01, and that's in your attachments, and that's for your income limits for 2022. You will get 2023 income limits published probably about the beginning of March to the end of March next year, but you're following the 2022 until then. Another element of being eligible for this program is what constitutes an eligible family. Well, you have another program guidance, and that's also attached in your attachments. That's 2013-05. That is for calculating annual income for the purposes of eligibility. So NAHASDA says that in order to be eligible as a family to participate in this program, you must be a low-income Indian family, or under certain circumstances, a non-low-income Indian family, or under certain circumstances, what's considered an essential family, or a law enforcement officer. These are the 4 different types of families that you're allowed to determine can participate in this program. So what's a low-income family? Well, this is the primary beneficiary of NAHASDA. This is what NAHASDA was designed for, and what the law was passed for was to assist low-income Native American families. So the family's annual income may not exceed 80% of the median income of either the area median income, like we talked about, which is Section 8 income, or the US median income, which is what's published annually for you. And you have adjustments for family size, starting with a family of 1 on up through a family of 8, and then it shows you how to calculate if the family's larger than that. Law enforcement. If you're going to house law enforcement using NAHASDA dollars, they must be employed full-time by either federal, state, county, tribal, or other units of local government. They must be sworn to uphold and make arrest for violations of law. So they have to be able to make arrest, and it must be determined that the presence of that law enforcement officer in your area may deter crime. A non-low income family. The only way that you may house non-low income families is if they fall between 80 to 100% of the national median income or the local area median income, whichever is higher. You may use up to 10% of your Indian Housing Block Grant annual grant to house those people who fall between 80 and 100% of median income, and those are considered non-low income families. When you hear that term, non-low income, that's what they're talking about, someone that falls between 80 and 100% of median income. If it's under 10% of your grant that you're using in a year, then no HUD approval is required. If you're going to go over 10% of your annual grant, then HUD approval is required. So if assistance provided to families over 100% of median income, HUD approval is always required, and I am not aware of them approving families that are over 100% of median income, because the program was not designed for people who are not low income. It is a low income program. They're assuming that if you make 100% of median income, that you have the ability to provide housing for yourself without using the dollars that are set aside for low income housing. So it must be the need for housing cannot reasonably be met without Indian Housing Block Grant assistance if you're going to house anyone who's considered a non-low income family that falls between that 80 and 100%. So what you have to determine is there other housing out there that they could get without using our IHBG dollars? And if there is, then they're not eligible for you to use your IHBG dollars to assist them. So there's two component pieces to housing non-low income families. One is you have to determine that they fall between that 80 and 100%. You have to be sure that you're not using more than 10% of your annual grant to house families that fall in that range without HUD approval. And then you also must show the need for housing that can't be reasonably met without using your IHBG dollars for assistance. So obtaining HUD approval, the way you do that is you submit a proposal to provide assistance to non-low income families as part of your Indian housing plan, or you may request that through an amendment to your Indian housing plan, or you can submit a special request to HUD through a letter format requesting that. Now, this is if you're going to exceed 10% of your annual grant. You don't have to have HUD approval unless you are going to exceed 10%. But if you go $1 over that 10% and they come out and do a review, they're going to tell you that you didn't have authority to provide that assistance, and you'll get written up for that. So you need to be sure you know what you're spending on non-low income families and that it is a part of your Indian housing plan, that you've told HUD that you're going to do it as an activity in your Indian housing plan. Essential families are families that you must determine that the family's housing needs cannot be met, again, without the IHBG assistance. You have to determine that the presence of the family is essential to the well-being of Indian families, either living on the reservation or in your Indian area. And examples of an essential family would be people like teachers or healthcare providers, other professionals, possibly like tax preparers, things like that, that you would not have in your Indian area that is considered essential to that Indian area, and that there is no other housing available without you using your Indian Housing Block Grant dollars to help them get assistance. So how do you determine when housing needs cannot reasonably be met without Indian Housing Block Grant assistance? Yeah, I was going to back up so that we can't see that. Okay. There's a poll coming up, and I messed up your poll. And I cannot see it now. So if you'd post it again for me.
Do you see it now, Sonia? It's been launched.
No, I don't see it on my screen. Okay, I do now. Thank you.
No problem.
So you're going to look and select all of the following that can be used to determine if housing cannot reasonably be met without Indian Housing Block Grant assistance. Your choices, and you don't have to choose just one, choose all that apply. Affordability, don't like their current unit, rental housing not available in the area, income and assets are insufficient, housing stock is insufficient, and conventional mortgages are not available on trust land, and the Section 8 waiting list is too long. So go through, if you would, and answer the poll for me. And tell me what you think are some of the reasons that you could use for housing not being reasonably met. And I don't know if you're seeing any results at all or not, but I am not.
Sonia, I relaunched the poll. I believe that if I launched the poll, then we could see the results and the participants could see it, but maybe perhaps you can't see it.
Okay,
Right now, the poll is active. If everyone could please comment.
and okay, here we go. I'm finally seeing some. Okay, let's talk about these just a little bit. We've got 6 people now who have said that affordability is one of the reasons. Don't like current unit, nobody picked that one. Rental housing not available in the area, we had 8 that said this. We've got income and assets insufficient, 7. Housing stock insufficient, 4. Conventional mortgages not available, 4 of you. Section 8 waiting list is too long, 6 of you. Family disapproval, there were 2 people that said that. And inadequate housing stock in the area, we had 9 that said that. Family desires residence on the reservation, there's 1. Let's go to our next slide now and talk about that just a little bit. Okay, so the answers on here, well, back up, are select all the following that can be used to determine if housing cannot reasonably be met. And it keeps flopping to my next one. Okay, so affordability definitely is one of them. Don't like your current unit. No, that would not really be a valid reason for determining that their needs can't be met. Rental housing not available in the area is definitely one. Not sufficient income and assets is one. Housing stock insufficient is another reason. Conventional mortgages not available on trust land. Section 8 waiting list too long. Family disapproval is not necessarily one, but inadequate housing stock in the area is. Family desires residence on the reservation is. Okay, so then now select all the following that can be used to document if housing cannot be reasonably met without IHBG assistance. Well, you could have property inspections, code violation letters for your documentation, family size and unit size documentation, statement from a temporary housing landlord, an affidavit from the family, payroll stubs, rent receipts, rejection letters. I don't know why that keeps jumping, denial letters. All of these could be some of the documentation that you could use to substantiate your answers over in section 1. And so when you've got, like I said, a 2-part that you have to have, okay, this family falls between 80 and 100% of median income. And now, why do they need our help with IHBG dollars? You have to have the reason and then the documentation supporting that reason. Are there any questions on that? Okay, so calculating assistance for low-income families. Let's talk about how we go about doing that. You're going to have several definitions of annual income. You've got 3 different ways that you can define annual income. One is called the HUD Section 8 definition. One is called the U.S. Census definition. The HUD Section 8 is also called Section 5, if you see that term. Internal Revenue Service or IRS definition. You have to have a policy that specifies which method you have adopted that you're going to use for defining annual income. You can define annual income in your policy, stating that you will use all three methods, whichever is most advantageous to your participant. But if you do that, that means that you're going to have to look at every participant that applies for housing through your program and see whether or not the HUD definition is the best, the U.S. Census definition is the best, or the Internal Revenue definition is the best. Most housing entities have adopted the HUD Section 8 as the most common method because it's the one that gives the most advantage to your participants. And here's some of the differences. The Part 5, like I told you before, which is also called Section 8, annual income. The gross amount of income of all adult household members that's anticipated to be received during the coming 12-month period is counted. The gross amount is that amount before deductions are taken. The income inclusions include the types of income to be counted. Income exclusions include the types of income not to be considered. And anticipated income is a projection of earnings over the next 12 months. Well, let's take that a step further and go to what are those requirements? What is anticipated income? Well, grantees are required to project what the household's income is going to be over the next 12 months. That's a snapshot of their current circumstances. What do they currently have? What do we assume that they're going to have over the next 12 months based on the information that they have filled out on their application? The exception to this is when documentation is provided that their current circumstances are about to change. So in the Section 8 or Part 5 definition, income earned by the following groups of people is not counted. That is earned income of minors, those who are in the household under the age of 18 years old. Earned income from full-time students, except for the first $480, except for the head or spouse. If they're the head or spouse, then you don't give them that $480 as their income. You would count their whole income. Income of live-in aides is not counted. Under assets, under the Section 8 or Part 5, a cash or non-cash item that can be converted to cash is considered an asset. There's no limit on the number of assets that the family can have, and the income from the assets is recognized as part of the annual income under the Part 5 or Section 8 definition. The income earned, not the asset value, is what's counted in their annual income. An example of that would be maybe they had money that had been left to them when somebody died, and they had that money in a CD that was earning interest. You would not count the amount of money in the CD, but you would count the interest that they were earning on it as income. Maybe somebody that was a family member that lived in another state had a house that had been left to them. And they couldn't live there because it wasn't in the area where their jobs were, but that they hadn't sold that house, but they had rented it. Well, the value of the house doesn't count, the value of the asset, but the income, the rent coming in off of the house would count as income. So these are the things you look at when you're looking at assets. You're looking at the income from the asset, not the asset itself. So when you're calculating their annual gross income, annual income is the gross amount of income of all adult household members that's anticipated to be received during the coming 12-month period. It includes the gross amount of income of all household members that is anticipated to be received over that next 12 months. The income to count is minors. Earned income is not counted. Unearned income attributable to a minor is counted. So an example of that is maybe you have a child who had a parent that passed away and they get Social Security from that parent. That's not an earned income, it's an unearned income. And you would count that, not instead of not counting it. So if it's an unearned income, like interest on something or money coming in from like Social Security or money coming in from something else, then you would count that. Foster children and adults, income received to care for these individuals is not counted. Live-in aids, income from a live-in aid is not counted. Persons with disabilities is not counted, and absent household members' income does count. An example of that is if you've got a household member that's in the military and they're not there, they're deployed someplace, but they have an income that is paid to them from the federal government because they're employed in the military, that income counts as part of the household income. So when you're annualizing income for 12 months, you've got several different ways that you can do that. You can take whatever their hourly wages are times 2,080, which is the number of hours in a year that they would work in a 5-day work week. You can take their weekly wages and take that times 52. You can take their biweekly wages if they're paid biweekly and take that times 26 because you get paid 26 times a year biweekly. Or you can take semi-monthly where they're paid twice a month instead of biweekly, and you would take that times 24 instead of the 26. Or if they get a monthly income, you're going to take that times 12. So we've got an activity. We're going to calculate gross annual income. You've got the Jefferson family. George, who is 54, works full-time and earns $7.25 an hour, and he gets $400 a month as part of a government settlement. Louise is 48. She works 18 hours a week and earns $7.50 an hour, but she also gets $50 a month from her mother for expenses. Lionel's 19. He's a full-time student. He works 15 hours a week and he earns $6 an hour for 46 weeks out of the year while he's at school. We have a poll that's going to come up now and ask you some questions. Okay, so we want to know, when you calculate all of this, number one, George works full-time and earns $7.25 an hour. He gets $400 a month as part of a government settlement. What's the gross annual income for George? And you've got 3 choices there after you figure that out. And then number 2, you've got Louise, who works 18 hours a week and earns $7.50 an hour. And she gets $50 a month from her mother for expenses. What's the gross annual income for Louise? And then you've got Lionel, who's 19 and a full-time student. And he works 15 hours a week and he earns $6 an hour for 46 weeks while he's at school. And what's the gross annual income for Lionel? So when you get these figured out, go in and choose your multiple choice on these. And we'll give you a few minutes to figure these. It takes a minute or two. And right now, the answer slides are not a part of the PowerPoint that you have, but you will be provided the answer slides at the end of the course so that you have them if you choose. Start to get some answers.
Sonia, while we're waiting for the answers, Jacqueline Landlord asks a question in the chat. I don't know if you could see that.
Okay. No, you were going to watch chats for us. So.
She said, what about a parent's life insurance that has been inherited?
Okay. That falls under federally mandated exclusions, which we haven't really covered, but any type of an inheritance like that, like an insurance settlement or an insurance inheritance, is not considered part of their annual income. It's an asset. And so if that money's invested someplace, then you would count the interest from that investment, but not the investment itself. As one of your handouts, the federally mandated exclusions from income is included, and it explains everything that you're federally mandated to exclude from income. And there's about 2 pages of those things that you can go look at and see what it is. And we go over that in depth in actual admission and occupancy training classes. And I would encourage you, if you work in admission and occupancy, to take an admission and occupancy training class and try to take one that is going to be in person instead of virtual, so that you can work at tables in groups and actually work out these exercises, talking to others at your table, and do them where you get more benefit than you do doing it virtually. We've just now started doing the in-person classes again, so I would highly encourage you on some of these classes, particularly admission and occupancy, to take it in person if possible. Environmental is another one. If you need that class, to take it in person if possible. Okay, let's close the poll and actually go to the answer slide and talk about the answers here. Okay, the answer is on the first one, $15,080. You're going to count $7.25 times the 2,080 hours that are in a work year. And the $400 a month is excluded from income because that is not earned income. Remember, we're talking about you have to count the earned income of all adult members. Well, the $400 was a government settlement. It is not an earned income, and that falls under the federally mandated exclusions also. The next one, the answer is Louise works 18 hours at $7.50 an hour, and you take that times your 52 weeks and you come up with $7,020. Her mother gives her $50 a month to count towards her expenses also, so you take that times 12, or $600. So you add the $7,020 and the $600, and her income is $7,620. Then you have Lionel, who's a full-time student. He actually makes $4,140 a year. That's 15 hours times $6 an hour times 46 weeks, and that's $4,140. But remember me telling you, you only count the first $480 of income for a full-time student. And so you're only going to count $480 of that 4,140. So your total family income on this one is going to be $15,080 plus $7,620 plus $480 to come up with your annual income for the family. Does everybody understand that or have any questions on that? Okay, let's talk about some of the other definitions of income. What are the types of income to count? Well, under the IRS definition, Form 1040 definition of income does not include child support or alimony payments. You do include that on your Section 8, but not on IRS. Inheritance and insurance settlements are included in Section 8 asset calculations, but not included in the census or IRS definitions of annual income. So like I told you before, when you were asking about the inherited settlement from life insurance, that's not included in income, but as an asset, but the interest from it would be. But under the census or IRS definitions of annual income, it's not included. So Section 8 requires special computations for assets, and you'd have to get into that actually in the training to go through that. Calculating monthly payments. Do you have any questions over how to figure eligibility for the program before we talk about how we calculate their monthly payment in the program? Okay, the applicant's anticipated gross income must be adjusted to determine the amount of assistance calculated for their monthly house payment or rental assistance or any other program that they're participating in. For NAHASDA programs, you cannot exceed 30% of adjusted gross income for your house payment or rental payment. This is a statutory requirement that is in the statute itself. So you have to follow this rule. This has to be a part of your program policy, that you cannot exceed 30% of their adjusted gross income for rent or payment of housing. So you have statutory deductions that fall under the law. You would get a $480 deduction for each child under the age of 18. You would get a $480 deduction for each person that had a disability that's over the age of 18 in the household. Plus you get a $480 deduction for full-time students over the age of 18. Remember, we're only counting 480 of their income. Then you're going to turn around and deduct it when you come over here to figure what the payment is going to be. You get a $400 deduction for an elderly or disabled family. An elderly or disabled family is one whose head of household or spouse is elderly or disabled. You only get one $400 deduction, even if they are both elderly and disabled. You don't get one for elderly and one for disabled. You only get one $400 deduction for an elderly or disabled family. And to qualify as an elderly or disabled family, the head of household or spouse must be elderly or disabled. This gets confused a lot when grandma lives with them or grandma and grandpa lives with them, but grandma and grandpa are not the head of the household or the spouse. People try to give a $400 deduction for them for being elderly, and you cannot do that. It has to be the head of the household or the spouse of the head of the household. You get a medical and attendant expense over 3% of income, and we'll go into that further. The program guidance that covers all of this is 2013-05 attachment A, and that's in your list of attachments where that you've got the live link to that you can go to and check that at any point. Okay, so your statutory deductions and allowances, back up again.
Sonia, can I interrupt you for 1 second? I have a question.
Sure.
Jennifer asks, how long have these deductions been in place? Why haven't they increased?
How long have they been in place and why what?
And why haven't they increased?
I can't answer that question. These have been in place ever since I have started working in housing back in 1988. And they haven't increased, and I don't know why. I can only tell you that these are what the statutory deductions are and that you have to go by. These are set by Congress, and they're published as statutory deductions. And like I told you, you've got a sheet of all these statutory deductions, but I can't answer the question because I don't know the answer to that question of why they haven't increased, Jennifer. I'm not sure anybody knows the answer to that one, to be real honest with you. David, do you have any clues? Was that just a chuckle and that means no clue?
I don't know. That's a great question, but yeah.
These have been the same ever since I've been in housing. Do you know of them ever having been different than this?
No,
Okay, I don't either, so.
it's institutionalized.
Yeah, I cannot get my thing to quit jumping around. Just a second here. Okay, go. Okay. All right, one more. Okay. You have additional deductions that are statutory deductions. These are childcare expenses that enable a family member to work or go to school. The earned income of minors under 18 years old is a statutory deduction. You would not count it. Travel expenses not to exceed $25 per family per week if the family has excessive travel expenses, and you would have to determine that by the distance that they live from where they work. And then you can do a statutory deduction of not to exceed $25 per family per week. And then other exclusions provided in local housing policies. So if you have a local housing policy that allows other exclusions as a deduction, then you can include those as well. These exclusions are applicable regardless of which method of calculating the annual income is used. And I guess maybe, Jennifer, the reason these haven't changed is it requires a change in law to do it. And nobody's probably ever challenged that. Statutes have to be changed, and statutes are law. So it has to go before Congress to change it. And so therefore, it doesn't happen often if it's statutory. You don't see a lot of statutory changes. So that's the only plausible answer I can give you on that, because I don't know other than that. Childcare expenses that enable a family member to be gainfully employed. The amount deducted cannot exceed the employment income. Remember that if a family member is working and it's costing them more to pay for childcare than what they're making, they can only deduct up to what they're making. They cannot exceed what their employment income is. The amount, and also the amount cannot be paid or reimbursed by any other entity. Childcare expenses incurred to permit a family member to work must not exceed the amount earned by the family member made available to work during the hours for which the childcare is paid. So if grandma is taking care of the child and allows the granddaughter to work, that doesn't count. It has to be something where they're not reimbursed and not paid. Medical and attendant expenses deduction. Medical expenses are deductible for elderly and disabled families only. Highlight that ONLY if nothing else, and only to the extent that the gross annual income of the family is exceeded by 3% of the gross annual income. What this says is, okay, if the head of the household is elderly or disabled, you can count their medical expenses if those medical expenses exceed 3% of their gross annual income. And you can count the difference between 3% of their gross annual income and what they actually paid out of pocket. An example of that, the Cloud family has anticipated annual income of $25,000 and anticipated medical expenses of $3,000 not covered by insurance or any other entity. So you're going to take $25,000, which is their annual income, times 3%. That's $750. Okay, their medical expenses are $3,000. You're going to deduct that $750, which is the 3%. And what they get to count as a deduction is the difference, which is $2,250. Remember, this is only elderly or disabled families. This is not grandma and grandpa if they're not the head of the household. Expenses include medical expenses in the case of an elderly or disabled family. And to qualify as an elderly or disabled family, I'm going to repeat it again to make sure everybody understands. It has to be the head of household or spouse to qualify as an elderly or disabled family. Now, reasonable attendant care and auxiliary apparatus expenses for each family member who's a person with disabilities, to the extent necessary to enable any member of the family, including a member who is a person with disabilities, to be employed. So this is different than medical expenses. The attendant care and auxiliary apparatus count for everybody in the family with a disability if it allows them to work, if it's in excess of that 3%. So these are eligible only if they're paid out of pocket by the family, not reimbursed by an outside source such as insurance, Medicare, or grants by a state agency or charitable organization, and they're anticipated to be paid by the household in the 12 months following the date of certification or recertification. So we have another activity. We want to know, would these families be categorized as elderly or disabled households? We have a poll for this one also. You have Alice Smith, who's 65, and her husband Joe, who's 60. So would they be elderly, disabled, or neither? Then you've got Fred Jones, who's 42, and his wife Suzanne, who's 41, and she's disabled. Would they be elderly, disabled, or neither? You have Juan Azul, he's 69, and Rose Ramirez, she's 63, and they live together. Are they elderly, disabled, or neither? Thomas Miller, who's 74, and his live-in aide, elderly, disabled, or neither. Daniel Jackson, who's 35 and disabled. His housemate, Charles Andrews, who's 38 and disabled, and their live-in aide. Would they be considered elderly, disabled, or neither? Give y'all a couple of minutes to mark these, and then we'll talk about them. I have a couple of answers I want to talk about on here that somebody has put. On the first one, Alice Smith, who's 65, and her husband Joe, who's 60. Someone put neither. There's two people that put neither. Someone that put neither, speak up and tell me why you think they would not qualify as an elderly family. Anybody willing to do that? Maybe not. And let's go to the answers and let's talk about that. Okay, Alice Smith is 65, husband Joe is 60. They would be considered an elderly family because Alice is 65. Even though both of them are not elderly, it only takes one, either the head or the spouse, to qualify as an elderly family. Fred Jones is 42 and his wife Suzanne is 41 and disabled. So they qualify as a disabled family because the spouse is disabled. Juan Azul is 69 and my little thing is jumping again. Is 69 and Rosa Ramirez is 63 and they live together. Oh, quit. They're considered elderly because one is 69. Thomas Miller is 74 and he has a live-in aide. He's considered elderly. Daniel Jackson is 35 and disabled. Charlie is 38 and disabled. So they're considered disabled. Now, when you're looking at the deduction that you get, remember what I told you, that you can't get a deduction for both. If you're elderly and disabled, you still only get one $400 deduction. If you're disabled and disabled, you still only get one $400 deduction. Okay, so let's calculate the maximum payment for low income. You take their annual income minus the allowances, and that's going to be their annual adjusted income. You're going to take that annual adjusted income and divide it by 12, and that's going to be their monthly adjusted income. You're going to take that monthly adjusted income times the maximum allowed of 30% to determine what the maximum payment is that you can charge that family. So we've got another activity. We're going to determine household income, deductions, and monthly adjusted income. This is the information that you have on all of these family members. You've got John Delgado. He's 41 years old. He makes $15.50 an hour for 40 hours a week. He doesn't get any overtime. You have Dolores Delgado, who is his co-applicant, and she's 42. She makes $10 an hour and she works $30 a week for 9 months a year. She also receives $110 a week in unemployment for the other 3 months. You have a grandmother who's 64 that receives Social Security of $400 a month. 20-year-old daughter Linda is a full-time student and has a baby. She works part-time and she earns $220 a month. You have son Mike, who's 17, and he earns $2,200 each summer mowing lawns. And here's some of the expenses they have. The grandmother has insurance of $150 a month. The family has insurance of $400 a month. Grandmother's prescriptions are $100 a month. The daughter has a hospital bill for the infant of $75 a month. And there's daycare expenses of $700 a month for the infant. So what we want you to do, there's a poll on this, I think, too, is calculate the annual income of the Delgado household of 6 who wish to rent a home in their tribal community. The 80% median income for a household of 6 is $61,060. So first of all, we want you to calculate this income and come up with what you think their income is. Using all of the information that we have just given you.
Sandra, do you see the activity up? Do you see the poll?
I see the poll, but I don't see any responses yet.
Yeah, I know someone just said we cannot see the activity. I'm going to hit a relaunch, okay, just to make sure. Is that okay with you?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, they definitely need to see the activity. We want them to be calculating the family's income. Can everybody see that now? Calculate the annual income of the Delgado household of 6 who want to rent a home in their tribal community, and the 80% of median income for a household of 6 is $61,060. Can everybody see that now?
The activity slide just keeps popping over the explanations.
Okay. I can move it on my screen. Can you move it on your screen? I moved mine over to the side so that you can see the explanation.
Perfect.
Okay. Can you all see that now?
Yep, we're starting to get responses.
Okay, good deal. I'm sorry, like I told y'all, virtual training is a lot more difficult than in a classroom training. So we have to have your input on what's not working and what is so that we know what to do. And I appreciate that. This particular scenario has a little bit of everything in it that we have gone over. So hopefully it will challenge you just a little bit to be sure that you remember what all we've talked about. But we'll go over that again when we get to the end.
Sonia, someone asked right now, would this be an annual income or adjusted annual income?
It's going to be an annual income that is adjusted by all of the statutory requirements that you deduct. And so it's going to end up being an adjusted income. When you're figuring payment, when you're determining eligibility, you go from annual income only. When you're determining payment, you go from adjusted annual income. That's the difference. You have a determination for eligibility based on annual income, but then you have a determination of what are they going to pay based on adjusted income. So you're going to use all the deductions that they're allowed to get when you're figuring their adjusted income. And our poll should actually say the adjusted annual income, and it doesn't. So I apologize for that. I missed that, but I don't have the polls in my PowerPoint. So I missed it. But if you would make a note of that, we can fix that for the next training.
I definitely will.
Thank you. Okay, let's go. We've got answers all over the board here. We've got 51,800. We've got 50,650, 52,810. So let's actually go to the next slide and let's talk about this. Okay, so you're going to calculate the annual income of the Delgado household of 6 who wish to rent a home in their tribal community. And it is going to be the 80% median income for a household of 6 is $61,060. Their annual income is $50,650. Okay. So using the annual income calculated above, calculate their adjusted income using their medical expenses and daycare expenses. That's going to be $46,570. And assume that the TDHE uses 20% to calculate the monthly payment, then their monthly payment would be $776. So I thought we had the sheet that did the breakdown on all of this, and apparently we don't. At least if I've got the breakdown on that somewhere in here that I can go over verbally. I don't see that at the moment. Let's just go back and talk about it then. Okay, what you're going to figure on John Delgado is he makes $15.50 an hour for 40 hours a week with no overtime. So we've got $32,240 for John. And I'm gonna have to write all this down because I won't be able to remember it. I thought we had the breakdown. I apologize that we don't. So that's $32,240. Okay, Dolores Delgado makes $10 an hour. And she works 30 hours a week. So that's $300 a week. Okay, so what we're going to do is take that times 52, and that's 15.6. And then we're going to divide that by 12. So that gives her $1,300 a month. And that is for 9 months out of the year. So we're going to take that times 9. Remember, we're doing adjustments. So we've got 1,300 then times 9 is 11,700. And then she also gets $110 a week for unemployment for the other 3 months. So you're going to take 110 times 3 then, and that's 330 added to her income. So now we've got the 32,240 and 11,700 and then 330. Okay, and then we got 20-year-old Lisa, that's full-time student, has a baby, works part-time. She gets $220 a month. So 220 times 12 is 2,640 that we're adding to the family's income. Okay, and then Mike is 17 and he mows lawns for $2,200 each summer. Since he's under the age of 18, we don't count his income, so we got 0 income for Mike. Okay, now we're going to figure up this total, which is going to be the 32,240 and 11,700 and 330 and 2,640. That's 46,910. That is their annual income. Okay, now we're going to come over here to expenses. Grandma's insurance is 150. Well, grandma's not the head of the household, so we don't get to count any of her income. John Delgado and Dolores Delgado are neither elderly or, I'm sorry, that is 110 per week, not per month. Let me recalculate that.
Sonia, Jennifer just said it's per week at 110 for Dolores, not per month, right?
All right, and I figured that wrong. Okay, so 110 then per week times
Per-
52 weeks.
It says it's not per month, right?
5720, and we're going to divide that then by 12, and that's 476.66, and we're going to take that times 3, and that's my thing did that wrong. Just a second. 110 times 52 is 5720, so 5720 divided by 12 is 476.66. And per month times 3 is 1429.98. Is that what you got, Dolores? Yeah, 1429.98. So instead of 330, we're going to have 1429.98. So we've got 32,240 plus your 11,700 plus 1430 if we round up plus 2640 is 4810, 48010. Is that what you have, Dolores? I'm not seeing the chat here. And thank you for pointing that out. That is correct. So 32,240. I'm double checking it. 11,700 and 1430 and 2640. So that's $48,010. Okay, so now we're talking about looking at what expenses they get to deduct. So grandma's insurance, they don't get to deduct because she's not the head of household. The family insurance, they don't get to deduct because you can only take 3% over the income if they are disabled or elderly. Grandma's prescription drugs don't count for the same reason. The daughter's hospital bill for the infant doesn't count. Daycare, she gets $700 a month that it cost her, which that times 12 is 8,400. But remember, she can't count more than what her income is. So she only gets to count the $2,640 that she makes for a deduction. So we're going to take the 48,010 minus the 2640. And so 45,370 is their adjusted annual income. Does everybody see that and figure that? See how we figured it? I don't think I figured grandmother's Social Security in there either. I didn't. Okay, I am not having a good day. We're going to regroup again and come up with the correct answer here in a minute. And I apologize that it wasn't on a slide because I thought it was. So we've got the 32,240, the 11,700. And then we got grandma, who's $400 a month times 12 is $4,800. Okay, then we've got $1,430 for the other part of Dolores's, and then $2,640 for the daughter. So our total income is $32,240 plus $11,700 plus the $1,430 plus the $4,800 plus the $2,640, or $52,810. Now we're going to do the adjustments on that. And of the $52,810, the only thing we're going to get to deduct is the $2,640. That is the maximum amount you can deduct of the daycare expenses. So we've got $52,810 minus the $2,640 for an adjusted income of $50,170. Does everybody see that now? And I apologize for it not being on the slide. We will fix that for future. Are there any questions on what we counted, how we calculated the anticipated 12-month income, or what deductions they got and why they got them and why they didn't get them in some cases? There's a lot in this activity, and so there's a lot to think about. Everybody okay?
I think everyone's good, Sonia.
Okay. Well, like I said, I apologize not having a slide explaining all of that. I thought we did have. Assisting non-low income families. You have a PIH notice 2014-02 that's titled Providing Assistance to Non-Low Income Families. It goes very, very specifically into how you calculate this. And somebody tell me, what is a non-low income family? We talked about this multiple times, how you determine what a non-low income family is. Somebody throw that in chat for me. Tell me what a non-low income family is. Anybody?
You could go ahead and unmute yourself if you want to speak, or you could feel free to discuss it in the chat.
Okay.
Darlene Crabtree says above 80%.
Okay, that's partially correct. It's above 80%, but below 100%. There we go. Jarrett says it is 80 to 100% of median income. That is the correct answer. If it's over 100%, they're not considered a non-low income family. They're considered an over income family. So a non-low income family is those that fall between 80 and 100%. So when you're assisting that non-low income family, in accordance with the statute, the way it is written and the regulations, the non-low income family cannot receive the same level of assistance as a low income family. So you have to adopt policies prior to providing any assistance to non-low income families that tell how they're going to have their payment or rent calculated. And it's on a case-by-case basis. You must determine and document that the need cannot be met without providing the Indian Housing Block Grant Assistance, and make sure to show all calculations are in accordance with your adopted policy. Okay, so to calculate the rental payment for a non-low income family, you're going to divide the income by 80% of the median income. You're going to multiply that number by the amount of monthly rent for the low income family. And this amount is the minimum monthly payment, but need not exceed the fair market rent or value of the unit. So let's figure this in simpler terms. So here's your rent formula for a non-low income family. You're going to take the non-low income family's income divide it by the income of the low income family, that's the same family size, times rent at 80%, and the rent of the non-low income family is what you would come up with. So 80% of the median income for a family of 4 in Fairbanks is $75,040. The rental payment at 80% of the median income is $1,200 a month. Fair market rent for a 3-bedroom unit is $1,793 a month. A non-low income Indian family of 4 earns $88,000 a year. So you've got the low income family of 4 making $75,040. You've got the non-low income family making $88,000 a year. So what you're going to do is take the $88,000 a year, which is the non-low income family, and divide it by the $75,040, which is the low income family of 4. You're going to come up with a factor of 1.17. Then you're going to take the rent of $1,200 times 1.17, and that is going to be the minimum payment that that family can make, or $1,440. Or you may go up to the fair market rent of $1,793, depending on what your policy says. You can't charge them more than fair market rent. Fair market rents are set and determined by Section 8, and they're published annually, what the fair market rents for each county is in every state. So you'd have to go to that document on the web and find out what the fair market rent is for your area. And you may choose to use this calculation and charge them exactly what it comes up with, as long as it's less than fair market rent. If it comes up more than fair market rent, you would cap it at fair market rent. So if you're doing other assistance for non-low income families, you have a payment formula that's exactly reverse of what we just did. Other assistance would be things like down payment assistance to non-low income families, rehab assistance to a non-low income family. Other assistance, including down payment to a non-low income family, cannot exceed the income of the family at 80% of median income divided by the income of the non-low income family times the present value of the assistance provided to the family at 80% of the median income. To make it simpler, we've got the little circles again. You take this is just backwards, where just a minute ago we took the non-low income family divided by the low income family's amount. Now we're going to take the low income family divided by the non-low income family's annual income times the cap amount, and that's going to equal the maximum assistance. So what we're looking at is 80% of a median income family of 4 is $75,040. Down payment assistance is capped at $10,000 for a family at 80%. So a non-low income family makes $88,000. So then we're going to go to this formula, and we're going to take the low income family's income of $75,040. We're going to divide it by the income of the non-low income family, that is, go back, dude, $88,000, and that's going to equal 85%. So now we're going to take 85% times the $10,000, which is the maximum that you would provide to a low income family. So the maximum you can provide to a non-low income family is $8,500. Everybody see that? Okay, so we're going to complete the calculating house payments for non-low income family exercise. You've got Bill LeBeau is a medical doctor and he works in Minnesota. He recently divorced his wife and decided he wanted to take his life in another direction and return to the tribe's reservation. He knew they always needed doctors at the local clinic. He earns $1,923 a week as a clinic employee. His son William decided to move back to the reservation with his father and registered as a full-time student at the tribal college. He also got a job working part-time at a nearby restaurant where he makes $5,000 a year. And William continued to receive per capita payment income of $500 a month from his mother's tribe for oil waste proceeds. Bill and his son William want to rent an apartment built by the tribe's housing program with NAHASDA funds. It is the only housing available within 100 miles of the business center of the reservation where the clinic and tribal college are located. Because Bill's been gone from the reservation for so long, he knows he won't be able to get a land lease on which to build a home or place a mobile home for at least 5 years. So now then, I think we have a poll on this one, don't we? Yeah, okay.
Yes, we do, and I just launched it. And there are 2 other polls on this one as well. Just want to give you a heads up.
Which of the following is correct for calculating the family's income? Once you answer this, we'll bring up the next poll. Okay, I'm not seeing any answers. Are you seeing any answers?
I'm not seeing any answers either, but I'm not getting any communication from the participants saying that they can't see the poll. There we
Okay,
go.
there comes an answer. Okay. Okay, let's talk about this answer. The answer to this is the middle answer. You're going to take $1,923 a week times 52 weeks, and that's going to be $99,996. Then you're going to take $480 only because William is enrolled as a full-time student. And even though he makes more than that, you only count $480 of a full-time student's income. Then you're going to take 500 times 12 or $6,000 from his per capita from his mother's tribe. It does count, even though it is not an earned income because it is per capita. And so your total is $106,476. Does everybody see that? And why we did it that way? Okay, let's drop this poll and get the next one. Okay, The 80% limit for a family of two is $48,320, and the 100% limit is $60,400. Can this family be assisted as an essential family? You have three different answers there to choose from. Okay, let's talk about this one. Remember when we were talking about the criteria for assisting essential families, we said that you have two criteria. One is they must be essential to the Indian area or the reservation. Two is there must be no other housing available that they cannot get without this assistance. In this particular case, because the other housing available is over 100 miles away, that meets the requirement for there not being any other housing available, but that is one of the requirements. So just saying yes, that they're an essential family and that's the only requirement, that is not correct. Then you have to meet the same requirement of you have to show that there's no other housing available without the assistance of the IHBG and why. So everybody remember that just saying that they are essential is not enough. You have to show that there's not any other housing available. All right, let's get the third poll now. Okay, the third poll is, how will their rent be calculated? The answers are because they're non-low income at the time of admission, the calculation must be done to make sure that they don't receive the same benefit as a low-income family. The maximum rent for a low-income family, fair market rent, or it depends on the tribe's policy. Those are your choices. And we're going to stop for today after we finish this activity, just so y'all know. I know you're tired of us at this point in time. Okay, let's talk about this a minute. How will the rent be calculated? Well, this can have a couple of answers. It can actually have three answers. It could be calculated because they're non-low income at the time of admission. The calculation must be done to make sure that they don't receive the same benefit as a low income family. That's a statutory requirement. So yes, you have to do that. You could do fair market rent value if that's what your policy says. And it will depend on what the tribe's policy says. So there's 3 answers there that could be correct. The maximum rent for a low income family is not a correct answer for the person that answered that, because they can't receive the same benefit as a low income family. You have to calculate it like that formula that we just went through. So I don't know if we have an answer sheet on this one or not. Boop. Okay, yep, we do. Back up. Okay, so which of the following is correct for calculating the family's income? Like we talked about, you've got $19.23 a week times 52 weeks, plus the $480, which is for a full-time student's income, plus the 500 times 12, and that figure is wrong because 5 times 12 is 6,000, and so we need to change that slide. And I missed that when I was reviewing these, so it's 106,476 is the correct answer. The 80% limit for a family of 2 is 48,320, and the 100% limit is 60,400. Can this family be assisted as an essential family? The answer to that is yes. Even though they're over income, they meet the definition of a family whose presence is beneficial to the Indian families in the area, and they meet the requirement that housing cannot be met without assistance. And how will their rent be calculated? The answer to that is it depends on the tribe's policy. Are there any questions on any of this? And would you please make a note that we need to change that 500 times 12 is not 2,000?
Yes, I just did.
I'm sorry, excuse me, that this is correct and I was wrong. They get to, under statutory deductions, they get to deduct the first $2,000 of per capita income. So the correct answer is 104,476. This is accurate.
Okay,
And
got it.
I forgot that they get to deduct, and we did not go over that. We have not gone over the statutory deductions. This is difficult virtually where you're not looking at these pieces of paper in a classroom. And I apologize for any confusion, but the first $2,000 of per capita income is a statutory deduction. Everything over that is counted. So it's the 500 times 12 minus 2,000. So you're counting 4,000 instead of 6,000. Does anybody have any questions? And you can come back with more questions tomorrow if you think of some later. If you do not, I think we're up to the next section, which will be.
I have a question if I can real quick.
Sure.
So for some of the tribes, they've declared their per capitas as general welfare. In that point, we don't count it at all. Is that changed?
Okay, this would fall under one of those. Remember I said you can have other local deductions. I don't know whether that would stand up or not when somebody's reviewing that. I have no idea. Do you, David? If they choose not to count per capita as income, even though they're supposed to.
No, not when it's per capita, when it has been declared by the tribe as general welfare and not per capita, has nothing to do with any kind of gaming or anything like that. During COVID, a lot of the tribes did that. And so we haven't been, when it is actually general welfare, we do not count that, only when it is per capita still.
When it comes from gaming, they have to count it.
No, when it doesn't come from gaming.
Okay, if it doesn't come from gaming, they don't have to count it. I'm going to pull I've got in front of me here, the federally mandated exclusions, and I will read that tomorrow, first thing, on what it says on that verbatim, because that's real important. And like I said, they can have other things that they count as statutory deductions if it's something that the tribe has said that they can do.
Yeah.
And yes, I agree with you. If it's counted as general welfare and it doesn't come from gaming, if it comes from gaming and they get a 1099 for it, they have to count it. Okay, so It says income derived from the disposition of funds. The first $2,000 of per capita shares received from judgment funds awarded by the National Indian Gaming Commission or the U.S. Claims Court, the interest of individual Indians in trust or restricted lands, and the first $2,000 per year of income received by individual Indians from funds derived from interest held in such trust or restricted lands is a statutory deduction. But the other amounts over and above that, if they receive a 1099 for it, they have to count it. And if they don't receive a 1099 for it, it can be shown as an other deduction that the tribe is giving.
Okay, meaning general welfare. Okay, gotcha.
Meaning general welfare, yes. That it gets tricky. And that was a good question. Thank you for asking that.
Mhm.
But one thing that everybody needs, if they don't have, is to print out the federally mandated exclusions from income. That the last update on that was in 2018. And make sure that you've got that so that you know what those federally mandated exclusions are. And like I said, we go much more in depth into this when we get actually into admission and occupancy training. This is just an overview, but it's a pretty intense overview to kind of give you here's what you're looking at doing to figure eligibility and to figure payment. There's differences in, remember, eligibility and payment. You use their whole income without deductions for eligibility determination, and then you use their income with deductions for payment to determine payment. Are there any other questions before we stop for today? You guys have asked some good questions today, and I appreciate that. And again, I apologize for not having that one slide in there, and that will definitely be added for the future on the calculations on that. And I appreciate your patience on us going through that. And if not, then I guess we are done for the day, and we will see you at the same time, same place tomorrow. David, do you have anything you want to add before we close for the day?
No, no, we're a little ahead of schedule, so everything's going great.
I haven't even looked at schedule, so.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and we look forward to having you all attend tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Okey dokey. What time are we meeting tomorrow?